1020, 1021, 1022, 1023, 1024. Oh yeah, 1025, 1026, 1000, 1500. Woo! Got to get the guns going. Got to get the guns going. Yeah. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. I am Van, and this is the LFR family. Much love to you all. Is this a no notice show? Cap. What do you mean, Cap? That was 1020 something. What you talking about? Why would I lie? Why would I lie? Tell me why would I lie? Tell me why would I lie? Huh? Why would I lie? Anybody? Anybody? Somebody? Anybody? Tell me why would I lie? Exactly. Don't make no sense, man. How y'all doing today? God is good all the time. All the time, God is good. I'm just so tired from doing so many curls. Sheesh, I've done so many curls. Whew, did so many curls. Hold on one second. I messed up on something. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Yeah, much love to y'all. Hold on one second, guys. I'm adding something to the live stream. I got to content. Let me see live. Okay. I don't even see it in. Okay, I don't even see it on here, which is wild. I don't even see my live stream on here. That's one reason why I'm actually going live right now, because it seems like YouTube is doing some wild things to the LFR family channel. One being, I've been getting messages from people saying that they can't see my videos unless they search the channel. They got to search the channel for the videos. And then once they search the channels for the videos, hold on one second. Yeah, they got to search the channel for the videos. So now I'm trying to make sure I put this. I thought I put a thumbnail up and I did not. Yeah, I was on Twitter earlier today and they was telling me that they could not find my videos. And that's kind of crazy. I can't even find my video inside my YouTube studio. What in the world? How can you not? Is my what? I can't even find it in my YouTube studio where I can put up the thumbnail. It's crazy. This is nuts, man. This is nuts. Hold on one second. Manage videos. Don't see it. I do not see this video. This is nuts. And it's my freaking video. I can't understand this. I cannot understand this. This is crazy. This is crazy. Hold on one second. I'm coming, guys, because this is supposed to be a good one. Hold on. Thumbnail to live. Yeah, I can't find the live. Yeah, I can't find the live stream. How's everyone doing? Hopefully you're well. Carol O'Brien. Hey, Van. Good to see you again. Much love to you. Thank you so much. I've actually been back on YouTube for the last 2 weeks. For the last couple of days. I was off for 2 weeks, and I am back. I'm trying to make sure that I do things properly, but something's not going right for me right here. I don't understand it, but we will figure it out. We will figure it out. Not sure what's going on. Not sure what's going on, guys, but I will figure it out. Yeah. I don't understand it at all, guys, but I'm trying to get together. Okay, now I see it. Now it's showing it to me. Now it's showing. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that, YouTube, for finally showing it. Appreciate it. Much love to you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sheesh. My gosh, man. Okay. Boom. Okay, the thumbnail is up now. Boom. The thumbnail is finally up. Much love to everybody. Hopefully, y'all are awesome and doing well. I really appreciate you all showing up. You have been knocking the videos out of the park. Much love to you. Lucky, I appreciate it. Y'all see this right here? I got no notification. You see this right here? I got no notification. You see this right here? I got no notification. You hear me? You're telling the truth, so they have to hide you. You see this right here? This is what I'm talking about, man. This is an issue. Listen to this. I got to go to your page to see your videos. You hear that? That's a problem, man. Um, YouTube cut out the funky prepper. Who's the funky preppers? The funky preppers? Okay, that's a hellified show right there. I like the name. I like the name. It's censoring all of the truth. Yeah. Listen, YouTube, these are your people. These are our people. These are ordinary folks who just pointing out the facts here. They're just pointing out the facts. This right here is what is what they see as well. So we need to do something about it. We need to do something about this, YouTube. Like, what are we going to do? We got to do something. We got to do something. All right, guys. So check this out. All right, we about to get it popping. Someone sent me an email. Someone sent me an email, and on that email, they would just let me know that Vivek Ramaswamy been a superstar ever since high school. And hey, Catalia, how do you pronounce your name? Am I saying it right? Am I saying it wrong? Decoy voice. Do you think his raps helps or hurts his campaign? I think it helps his campaign. Much love to Decoy Voice. I heard that he did a rap to an Eminem joint, "Lose Yourself." I haven't heard the actual rap before, but I heard that he out there flowing, he out there spitting bars. Much love to you all, and much love to all of the people who click play, although they are not showing my videos after the strikes, which makes no sense whatsoever. Please, if you have not hit the like button, please do me a favor, hit the like button so that they have no choice but to show our videos. Like, if you hit the like button, they have no choice but to show out videos. It's like forcing it in their face. Like, we're here and we like what we're a part of. So show the videos. It's our form of protest. Whenever we hit the like button, it's our form of protest. That's it. Just hit the like button. That's all. If you haven't hit it already, hit that like button. That would be amazing. Also, if you have any content that you would like for me to check out, I would love to check it out, but I would like for you to be on the video while we check it out. That would be amazing. That would be absolutely amazing. Much love to JRC1 for the super chat. A blessed good afternoon to you and your family. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that. And shout out to Decoy Voice, guys. If y'all are not following this guy's YouTube channel, he is killing it. I don't need to advertise for him. This dude is killing it. I don't know any other YouTube channel that's doing better than his. Decoy Voice, you are doing your thing, big dog. Much love to you, much success to you, and I hope you keep on doing your thing, man. All right, and what you're doing, you don't even know you're doing it, but you're teaching people and you're inspiring people like me with channels to want to step our game up. Now, I can't step too outside the box because then my supporters, my day-to-day supporters won't really like that too much, but I'm gonna do it nonetheless. I'm still gonna do it because you inspire me to step up for real. For real. All right, guys. So we about to watch what we came here to see. We about to watch what we came here to see, and let's go and get it popping. This is actually a reaction that we're going to be checking out together. I haven't seen it yet. I was actually waiting for you all to pull up so I can see it. But please do me a favor, guys. Please do me a favor. Hit that like button and also hit the notification bell one more time, because I don't know if you guys are being notified when the video is up. When we go live or when we post the video, based off of what people are telling me on Twitter, nobody's receiving notification. All right. And I need for you all to receive notifications. So if you already hit it probably like a long time ago, check it again, because sometimes you're disconnected from the notification bell. For real, it happens. I don't know why it happens, but it happened. And if you don't believe me, go to any of your favorite YouTube channels, and I'm certain they have a video up that speaks on that. All right. So we about to go and get it popping, guys. Let's check out our dude who was a rock star way back in freaking high school. And I'm gonna put up a couple of banners just for y'all to check out. But I want y'all to check this out right here. This is our locals. Consider joining our locals. CMB Custom Kicks. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Hey, much love to Custom Kicks. Much love to Custom Kicks. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Much love to Custom Kicks. Thank you so much. That was nice. That was really nice of you. You didn't have to. You really didn't have to. I really appreciate that. Yeah. All right. So here I'm about to pin something to this bad boy. If you have something to add to the reaction, I want you to consider joining me on the stage. All right. All right. Just if you want to check this out with me, feel free to join me. I won't be calling a whole bunch of people up on the stage. MMHRNP, much love to you. I like your idea about the YouTube union. And I only got notified here on Rumble, not YouTube. Wow. So someone on Rumble told me that they wasn't notified on YouTube that I was live. They was notified on Rumble that I was live, but not on YouTube. So that sucks. That sucks, man. That sucks. I don't like that at all. I don't like that. All right. So here we go. About to post this. Again, if you want to come up on stage with me and join in the conversation, hit that link. I may pull you up if you have something to add to the conversation. If you do not, and you just want to say hey, I will ask that you do that from the comments section today. Not trying to be a knucklehead, but yeah. So I just now posted that right there, and somebody just now joined my Patreon. Who was that? Sheesh. Ah, Matt Mackey. Much love to Matt Mackey. Shout out to Matt Mackey. I appreciate that. Okay, let's go and get it popping, guys. Yeah, this is amazing right here. So a lot of you probably heard me say before that that Vivek Ramaswamy was a little too polished for me, and it made me not even trust him because of how polished he is. Um, and that makes no sense not to like someone because they're just great at everything that they do. They're a hard worker. Isn't that sucks? Ah, nah, you're too good. You're too good. I just don't trust you. You're too good. That sucks. So for that, I owe Vivek Ramaswamy an apology. I also owe any of his supporters an apology, because that's just ridiculous to hate on somebody simply because they're good, simply because they're a high achiever. Yeah, he was a Soros. He received money for Soros from Soros when he was younger, and he was getting into business. Yeah, and I know how y'all feel about Soros, but he did receive some money from Soros, and he was a part of Big Pharma during the height of the pandemic. He was a part of Big Pharma during the height of the pandemic. So I have my reasons for questioning him and his motives for wanting to be president all of a sudden. But it just seems all of a sudden to me, to him, it might have been a lifelong dream of his. I haven't heard him say that yet, but based off of the moves he's been making, um, the fact that he's been dotting all of his I's and crossing all of his T's the way he has been, you know what I mean? That says a whole lot about him. Vaping, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Jason Aldean's concert in Raleigh, North Carolina was sold out Friday night as he addressed his controversial video. It was beautiful. Oh, I might check that out too. Him on stage checking that out, or him on stage addressing the people. Him on stage addressing the people. All right. So again, I posted the link for you to join me if you want to be a part of this reaction with me. If not, that's cool too. But the link is pinned, and I appreciate you guys for joining me. And thank you again for the super chat, Vape. And I really appreciate that. All right, so let's go and get into this. Let me share my screen. Hold on 1 second. Entire screen. Boom. All right, let me see here. Boom. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, man. And hopefully y'all have been enjoying the conversations I've been having with ordinary people. I love that, actually. And if it's been getting on your nerves, Van, we came to your channel to see your reactions. We don't want to see that crap. Well, you know what? Go to another channel. I apologize for disrespecting you, but I don't apologize because I really want to hear what the people have to say. Town halls, I love when people have town halls because that right there is when the real people show up and they get on the microphone and they say what they got to say. And then at a moment's notice, the politician that's running for office he have to make sure that he is on point, and he need to address exactly what's going on. Oh, my man Nick from Hats, man, what's up, bruh? Thank you so much for the super chat. This dude is amazing. This dude is amazing. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Y'all are awesome. Y'all are awesome. Y'all are awesome. Again, guys, price of admission for this live is just for you to hit that like button. That's it. Just hit the like button. That's all. Hit the like button. And also hit your notification bell one more time. If you haven't already subscribed, hit the notification bell. Please do that, because people have been telling me on Twitter that they have not been getting notified about my videos popping up. What they have to do in order to find our videos is search LFR Family and look at the videos that way. And that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Has for sale, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Now, what did I tell you? Ask the questions. There's nothing wrong with that. What are we talking about here? Much love to M169. I appreciate you. I really appreciate you. All right, so we're about to go and get it popping, guys. I really appreciate the super chats. I really appreciate you guys. Hold up, somebody say Lou Valentino in the building. Hold on, whoa, here you go. It's a shame that people are trying to see an actual good person. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Much love to Lou Valentino. Hey, Lou Valentino is a real one. Much love to that guy, man. For real. Much love to Lou. Much love to Lou. Yeah. And thank you again for the super chat, Too Spirited for You. I really appreciate that. Guys, I'm going to make sure that I try to address the super chats. If I miss your super chat during the video, I will circle back and say thank you to everyone who added value to this show. I really appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. Catalia, thank you so much for helping out inside of the mod section. And someone said you come from the Lou Valentino's clan, LV Nation. You're of good silk. You're of good silk. Much love to you. All right, so let's go and get it popping, guys. All right, so let me share my screen. I got that up. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. This boy has been.
Cup of water. Is that for me? Okay. Did I steal your water?
All right, so this video right here is of Vivek Ramaswamy, and he is being interviewed. Well, he's in front of a bunch of interviewers, right? And what you call them? Not interviewers, interviewers. What the heck, Van? Interviewers, bruh. He's in front of a bunch of interviewers, man. Nah. So he's being asked questions, right? And they think that he's too young. They think he's too young to run for president. And he's going to address that right now.
I talked to a number of Iowans who say they like your message, they like your charisma, they like a lot of things. They don't like your age. They say you're too young. How do you square that with Iowans in a caucus where there are so many different people to choose from and people who have, legislative, gubernatorial experience?
All right. He said that a lot of people like you. They like what you're about. They like what you stand for. They like everything about you. But a lot of people don't like your age. So would you like to address the people in the Iowa caucus? So that's what he's doing.
Question is, am I too young? What do you think, guys? Is it too young or not? Well, Thomas Jefferson was 30 years old when he wrote the Declaration of Independence. Alexander Hamilton was 24 at the time. Years later, he wrote the Federalist Papers along with John Jay and James Madison. So do I think those guys were too old, too young to set this nation into motion? You're darn right they weren't, okay? So, look, I think that it takes a person of a different generation to reach the next generation. Young people have lost their sense of national pride. 25% recruitment deficit in the U.S. military. 60% of young Americans say in some form or other they're not proud. Less than 16% of Gen Z is even proud to be American. I don't think an octogenarian can re-inspire and reignite pride in the next generation.
That is true. And I said that in one of my videos, but I got fussed at. I wasn't being mean or anything like that. What I was saying was a lot of young people are not proud to be American. Yeah, do they take advantage of all of the benefits that come with being American? Absolutely. Are they spoiled as a result of being American? Absolutely. Are they do they believe that they're the best of everything? They're the best country ever and all this other stuff? Absolutely. And that's from being American. But because we're dealing with the generation of complainers right now, generation of victims at the moment. They don't really want to. It's like it's dirty. It's dirty. It's nasty to buy into the whole American thing. This is nobody wants to admit it.
I've got fresh legs. I'm not yet jaded and cynical. I think it takes a person, I hope, God willing, whose best days are ahead of himself, to see a nation whose best days are ahead of itself too. That's the truth. And so it's my conviction that I'm going to be able to lead this nation forward, looking to ask the question, what are we running to? Instead of asking the question of what are we running from?
It's little things like that that make me question him because nobody talks like that. I get it. He's making a point. He's making a very valid point. But at the end of the day, my bad. I was thirsty as a mug. At the end of the day, man, just speak plainly. You don't have to speak like a politician all the time.
And that's the real choice we face. It's not young or old. It's that, do you want to be running from something, or do you want to be running to something?
It's like he came up with that the night before, and he really want to run off of that. Like, oh man, that was a good one. I'm gonna make sure I write this line down before I go to sleep, because that's what successful people do. When they have a thought before they go to sleep, they write that line down. They ruminate over it, they meditate over it, they sleep over it, and then when they wake up, it's a part of them.
I'm the candidate in this race who's leading us to something. It so happens, and it's not a coincidence, that I am the candidate from a different generation. And that's the choice the voters are going to have to make. That's not up to me, that's up to the people of this state. My job is to let them know who I am and what I stand for.
If you have a problem with Vivek Ramaswamy's age, if you have an issue with his age, I want you to click that link for me. All right, join me on stage so I can ask you why. I just want to hear why, because right now I'm honestly getting tired of people hiding behind their text. People can say anything behind their keyboard. You're not tough for that. You're not smarter than everybody else simply because you can stay behind that keyboard and just debate everyone. Who I know this, and I know this, and I know this. No, come up on stage and tell the people how you feel. If you think that Vivek Ramaswamy is too young, pull up.
I'm not going to change my age except for one more time before the general election. I already changed it once 3 days ago. So I turned 38. Before I'm president, I'll be 39. But that'll be my last flip-flop on age. But it's going to be up to the people to decide whether or not they believe that, yes, a member of a new generation can actually, who would have ever thought, be the one who chases our future instead of chasing our past. Thank you.
Asking you if you would settle for a cabinet position or vice president or something like that. Your critics say you're just in it for that.
Well, I mean, the truth is, if
And they asked him what he's. It's been told to them that he will not settle for a cabinet position, nor will he settle for a vice president position. He said, critics say that you're only in it for president, just to be the president, not necessarily to see the country do better or anything like that. You just want to be the man in charge. You just want to be that guy. But if you had to play another role, he said, nah, I ain't gonna do that.
if I were building my political career, of course I would do that. I'm not building a political career. I'm not a politician. I don't do well in a number two position. I haven't been in one for a long time. So I think that Trump and I share that in common. I don't think he would accept my offer to be vice president either, but I think he would accept my offer to be an advisor and somebody who guides me through some of the challenges that he's been through to be able to go even further. And that's the relationship I expect us to have for the next several years.
That was a great question. That was a great answer by the guy, man. He said, I don't play number two very well. That's just not me. And it's not Trump either. Trump is not a number two guy. And I'm not in this to be a politician. I'm just, you know what I mean? I think I will be able to do the most as the president, as the main man. But, you know what I mean? That's up to you.
So thank you.
We're starting to see more younger voters turn out each election. Your proposal to have people being, you have to be 25 to vote. Do you think that that is going to sway voters away from
That's not my proposal. My proposal is we need to revive civic duty. That every 18-year-old needs to know something about the country. The same thing about the country that an immigrant has to know in order to become a citizen. I think every kid who graduates from high school should know the same thing. And if not that, then at least serve the country in some minimal way. And you know what? That's going to dramatically cause young voting rates to skyrocket in this country. The reason young people aren't engaged is they don't know something about the country.
Yo, okay. He said the reason that young people are not engaged is because they don't know about the country. They're in it. They're, you know, that's like children. When you think about your children, right? All of them think that money grow on trees. Every single last one of them. Why is that? Because they don't make it. They don't make it. Not until they get older. When they get older and then they start getting children of their own, then they start to see, God dang, this is expensive and that's expensive and that's expensive and that's so basically what he's saying is that a lot of these youngins, when they hit the age of 18, if they want to vote, they should be able to pass the same test that immigrants have to go through and pass so that they can have that knowledge, so that they can have that understanding, so that they can have that same pride in country before moving on. They should serve in some thinking about. They're going to be backed by someone. Even Trump, believe it or not, even Trump, he receives money from people too. People are donating for Trump to run for president as well. He's been raising a poop ton of money. And it's not only the people who make $40,000 a year. It's not. And if you believe that, then you're sadly mistaken. If you can prove me wrong on that, then, hey, I would shut the hell up. I would just move on. I would just slide out the way and just let you talk.
You got to have skin in the game to play in that game. So that's what I'm creating. I don't just feed people what they want to hear.
How would you
They say, it's an old saying that says, if you care about yourself, you tell people what they want to hear. If you care about people, you tell them the truth. So I don't give people what they want to hear. I tell them the truth. And the reality is we have a crisis of national pride. We have a deep-seated loss of civic knowledge and duty in this country. That's what I'm going to fix.
My brother has vernacular that's crazy. He can come up with anything and just look. I don't want to tell people what they want to hear because I ain't thinking about me. I'm thinking about you. So I'm going to tell you the truth. That's like a pimp vernacular. That's something that you say to the ladies. Listen, lady, look, I'm going to take care of you better than anybody, baby. I'll be better than your mother, your father, your sister, your brother. Like this dude has a vernacular. It's those things, like people who speak very fast, think very quick, and they shouldn't be challenged or demonized for that. But when they're running for political office, something like the president, that's when my antennas come up like red flag, red flag, red flag. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be, but it is what it is.
Thank you for that.
Quick question.
I will be unafraid to draw policy contrasts. And I think some people, in politics and otherwise may have thin skin and think if you draw a policy contrast that's attacking them. No, it's not. If you can't handle the heat, stay out of the kitchen.
That's right.
But I'm
I
not
agree.
personally attacking anybody in this race. Now, believe me, I'm somebody who holds my ground. Okay? So if somebody's going to come for me, come at your own peril. But I'm not going in this race to take somebody else down. I'm in this race to lead us to our vision of what it means to be an American.
Quick follow-up question. If a fellow contender does not make the debate stage, do you think they should drop out of the race?
I don't have an opinion on the way other people run their races. I'm not running against anybody. I'm running for this nation. That's what I would say.
I like that answer. He will not be backed into a corner. You will not back that man into a corner. You won't. They're trying, though. They really are.
Have you faced?
We'll come here, and then I'm going to wrap because I'm talking a lot today.
Have you faced racial discrimination during your life, and do you think systemic racism exists in America?
Now, y'all hear what the question is, right? Y'all, do you think racism exists in America? And how will you face it? How have you faced it, and how will you face it? Wow, this is a good one.
I have faced racial discrimination in my life. It has come from people of diverse races. I don't think racism is limited to one race, actually. But I also don't let it ruin my life. Have I stubbed my toe? Yes, I have. Is it pleasant when your toe is stubbed? No, it is not. But you don't let it ruin your life. So hardship is something that happens to you. Victimhood is a choice. Hardship is not the same thing as victimhood. And I reject the narrative of systemic racism because I think it is a fake, made-up concept to apologize for the failures of actual real systems, like a failing educational system that tells poor kids they're trapped in the zip code that they're born in. Failed systems that drive the fatherlessness epidemic in this country by the government fueling it. Many black kids are born into fatherlessness today, many more than were in 1950. Who created that? Lyndon Johnson and the federal government.
Y'all hear him? He's breaking down facts. He's breaking down facts. But if you're out there in the audience right now, you got something against what he's saying, please hit that link. Not if you got anything for what he's saying, if you got something against what he's saying. And he's talking about systemic racism. He believes is fabricated. What do you have to say about it?
So they blow woke smoke to deflect accountability for their own failures. I believe in getting to the root cause rather than virtue signaling with fancy made-up terms like systemic racism made to make people feel better about themselves. No, I believe in the truth.
What do you think?
Last question.
He's sharp.
Something you said this morning, if you were to become the nominee, you don't think you'd be running against Joe Biden. Who do you think you'd be running against?
Okay, the young lady asked him, I don't know if you heard her. She says, Vivek Ramaswamy mentioned that if he is the nominee to run, he don't think he'll be running against Joe Biden because for whatever reasons. I never heard him say that, but this is a first for me. All right, so this is a good one right here. So she asked him, so who do you think you'll be running against then if you're not going to be running against Joe Biden? So here we go.
Another puppet.
Wow, bruh. Wow. Vivek Ramaswamy, he wants all the smoke, man. My man said he will be running against another puppet. Wow. That's how you feel, bruh? He said, I'm going to be running against another puppet.
Whichever puppet they trot out. I think that they seem to have, on one hand, an affinity for people who are different from the standard trope of biological attributes and genetic attributes of a prior president. So maybe that'd be Michelle Obama.
Hey, KE, if you're here, there's a link right there. If you got something to say against what we're talking about on the channel, pull up. Anybody pull up.
Although she's quite similar to another president whose last name was Obama, in which case maybe they would go with Gavin Newsom, who seems to be hungering for attention by the day. And I think that the guy is, going to be, I think if he were within, I think a 10-foot radius of here, I think the magnetic pull would probably pull him in front of this camera too. So I don't know if it's which puppet it's going to be that they trot out, but it's going to be somebody else who's a useful vehicle for the managerial class in this country. And it almost, here's the dirty little secret, doesn't matter who it is. It's going to be somebody who actually continues to advance the interests of the bureaucracy.
He called Newsom an attention whore. Wow.
That's why I'm not focused on criticizing any one of them. That's boring. It's uninspiring. I think what we have to focus on is what we actually stand for, not just as conservatives, but as Americans. And more importantly, explain to the people why shutting down those government agencies, why reducing the federal employee headcount, why that will stimulate the economy and restore accountability in government and the integrity of our constitutional republic. If we do that, we win this election in a landslide. And that is what I expect to deliver. I expect to be the nominee. I expect I will not be running against Biden. And I expect that whoever I run against, I will defend this nation's values and win in a landslide, because I'm not talking about my opponents. I'm talking about what we are running to.
White Trash TV. What you got to say, brother? Get in the screen. I don't see you. There you go. What you got to say about this? I'm doing good, man. What you got to say about this this whole thing right here?
Well,
I don't hear you.
partially, I think that this.
I hear you
I'm
fine.
getting back.
I hear you fine now. You're good. Go ahead.
Personally, I think this guy is a sidewalk politician, and I wouldn't let this guy talk at my high school. Be honest with you, he's already jumped on the coattail of Donald Trump, trying to pretend that he's as good or better than Donald Trump. Now, all I got to say, and I'll say it real shortly, Donald Trump is a billionaire. He comes from old money from Europe. He didn't make his money yesterday. His money's been in the family, and he's been doing business and building America for years and years and years and years. And for this guy to jump on that coattail and pretend that he's all knowing and all that kind of stuff sound like a female preacher to me. But anyways, I'm sorry. But anyways, I think he stinks. And we need a man that knows the financial.
You said I think he stinks. What?
But anyway, this guy, I think that we need a man like Donald Trump that knows and understands the financial system, because I think the financial system is going to be all of our savior. If we can fix the money, we can fix this country. And I think Donald Trump is the only man out there that can handle it and take care of it and everything. So you want to ask me a question?
White Trash TV, let me ask you this, man. So you don't think Donald Trump's going to jail? You don't think that he's going to be convicted of the indictments that they got against him? You don't think that Donald Trump, hold on, I'm not done. You don't think that those indictments that they put up against him is going to prevent him from running in the first place? I will hope that he will have an opportunity to run again. And if he does run again, I do believe that Donald Trump will be the Republican nominee. But Republican nominee or not, he will still have to stand on the same stage with Vivek Ramaswamy and debate him. Do you think that he'll also beat him? I know that was a loaded question, but that's a lot.
Well, the answer to what you just asked me is that, I don't know the answer to that, and you don't either. And we're going to have to wait and see if it's God's will. If it's God's will that Donald Trump don't go to jail and gets to be president again, all I said was that I think that he's the man for the job, because our problem is financial in this country right now. Until we straighten the money out, we're not going to get anything else straightened out.
So
and that's the way I feel.
You don't think Vivek Ramaswamy know anything about finances and how to get the country on a better plane economically? He's a
I don't think he's got enough brains.
He's a self-made
I don't think
billionaire.
He's got enough brains in his head to buy a hamburger.
And that right there. Hold on. What's White Trash TV? Let me ask you a question. I gotta say this, man, because what you're doing is I need for you to be just try it. Just try it for me, just one time.
Okay.
I get it that you are a big Trump supporter, but I need for you to look at this objectively. Vivek Ramaswamy has done a poop ton. In 12th grade, he was the valedictorian. Do you know how difficult that is to become valedictorian? Um,
It doesn't matter.
he was a
It,
fellow
it,
of George Soros.
I'm a master mechanic, a master plumber in the state of Texas with a master's degree.
Now, let me ask you
So
this:
so who so who am I? But
would you hold
anyways,
on? What
I'm
was
just
your
being
whoa? Let me ask you this: what was your motivation of getting that degree to provide a living for your family, or was your motivation to make a poop ton of money and build some type of empire so that you can move on to something?
uh,
I said,
uh,
guess greater.
well, okay. Well, being that I'm not a millionaire, my motivation was just simply to make a living, but I wanted to have a little dignity in this life, and I wanted to do something that would at least get me a degree in something so I could be the best that I could be. And that's
Now,
all.
now,
But
one
this
thing.
this young guy, go ahead.
No,
Ask,
no, no. Reason why I asked you that is because your motivations was your motivations. It was based off of your upbringing, your surroundings, your family, everything, your beliefs, everything. Now, and
yes.
you decided to go down that path your way. Anybody that judge you for that are wrong. And if I heard anybody judging you for that, I will correct them. But guess what? You're doing the same thing to Vivek Ramaswamy that I say no one should do to you for going down the path you decide to go down. Now, when we look at Vivek Ramaswamy, who
Okay,
is
that's
now 30,
fair. That's
now,
fair.
now when we look at Vivek Ramaswamy, who is now, I believe he just now said he's 38 years old, and by the time he run for office or is like when they select who the president is, he'll be 39 at that point. This dude has done a poop ton already. I'm talking about like when you think of the Musk of the country and those guys who are the names that everyone know right now. He's one of them. You cannot say that he don't have a brain. Come on, bro. That's just not fair.
Well, I'm going to apologize to you, Van,
Don't.
for coming on here so strong. I really do mean this, and I mean this apology. But I guess it stems from me having to work so hard all my life
Mm-hmm.
that I listen to these people up there, talking like high schoolers and stuff, and it just pees me off. That's all. So
I
yeah,
understand.
you're right. I should be a gentleman, and I should calm down, and and I apologize to you and your chat, but
No.
I believe personally, without saying anything derogatory about him, I do apologize. I ain't going to apologize you know for
Please.
someone trying to blow smoke up my tail. You know what I mean? I don't like that. People blowing smoke up my tail, and it just feels that way to me.
Well,
He's
let me
too
ask.
young.
Let
He
me
ain't
ask
got
you.
the experience.
Okay. You saying he's too young, he ain't got the experience. How old are you?
I'm 71.
Okay, 71 years old. One thing I will say is this. You have 43 years on him. 33 years on him because he's 38. You have 33 years on him. And one thing I
Mhm.
will say, you have 33 years of experience that he does not have. And you've seen life far more than him. You've seen people come around and try to be shysters. You've seen so many people run for president. You know what a politician look like when they got a hand behind their back and they're playing with tricky money. So I got to give you props for that. I can't say anything about that. If you see a snake, then you see a snake, and hopefully people pick up what you're putting down before it's too late. And me, when I see
Well,
him, go ahead.
brother, I heard you say yourself that you come up, you was a hard worker, and you done everything you could to get it done. And those are the people like you that I relate to, is the hard working people. If you ain't never done no hard labor in your life, I ain't never gonna trust you. I ain't gonna do it. If you ain't swung a damn hammer, dug a ditch, picked some cotton, done something, hard labor, I ain't gonna trust you because I don't believe you. And these sidewalk wannabe and I'm just referring to people, not necessarily him,
Mhm.
but these sidewalkers, they come up blowing smoke and stuff like that, like all the rest of them, and they lie and they ride off the coattails. Oh yeah, I'm great up there patting themselves on the back. I'm number one and all that stuff. Well, brother, it took me a whole lifetime to be number 10. So, anyways, if you ain't never worked hard in your life, I just ain't gonna believe you. So that's my point, my view, and everything. And
Well,
anything else you want to ask?
no. I have a comment. I don't have anything to ask, but I do have a comment. Just like people who support the channel tell me all the time, don't apologize for anything. I have to pass that on to you. I appreciate you apologizing and being considerate of the chat and everything. But, bruh, you said what you had to say. I appreciate you saying what you had to say. And you were the only person to come up on stage and speak up. And you already know you and I have had what, 2 conversations already on live stream. So
Yeah,
yeah,
yes, just common little old man to man talkaroos. That was great and everything. And like I say, I didn't mean to come up here and jump on the young man like that real strong. But if you ain't done no hard labor in this world, I ain't gonna trust you.
well
I
there
just
you
ain't.
well there y'all go, man. If you haven't done any hard labor, white trash TV, don't trust you, bro. Thank you so much for pulling up, man. I appreciate it.
All right.
You take
Thank
it
you
easy,
again for
brother.
having me up, man. I'll see you later.
All right, peace, man. All right, so he says that he believed that that Vivek Ramaswamy is too young. But here's something that I wanted to show to you all because I think that he's young. I don't know what too young is because I know what too I believe I know what too old is to be a politician. I mean, if you look in the Congress and you look in the Senate and you look at all these people who are up and coming and they are running for office or they are already a part of this government that are ruining every freaking thing and they have never ending appointments and they can work forever and not have to deal with anything, deal with any repercussions. They can always do whatever they want to do, make friends with both sides, and have secret committees where there's they're investing in things that they know about before us. Like it's just crazy. So hold on one second. So you can be too old, you can be too young, but at the end of the day, I just want the person to be right. And none of us know. None of us know. That's why if you're not connected with God, please pray. Some of you probably don't want to pray for no daggone politician, but I would. I mean, that's just me though. All right, before we check out this next video, which is on the actual thumbnail, please hit the like button for me, guys, because a lot of people have been telling me that they have not been notified that I am live. And they also said that when I post videos, they're not notified that I have videos up. Okay, we have a young lady up here by the name of Tiger. What
Thank
you
you. I'm not young, but hey.
Hey, you're young to somebody. What you got to say, young lady?
Um, I mean, I'm all about Trump, but if Trump don't make the cut, I will totally vote for Vivek because I really think that's who it's going to have to come down to because he is going to bring in both sides. I think he's going to bring both sides in. It's not about Listen, it's not about Republican or Democrat. We need somebody who's going to go in there and do what we need done.
You think Vivek can get the job done?
I think he can. I mean, I know he's young. He's way younger than me. He's like my daughter's age, straight up. So,
That's a
but I
blessing.
really think that we need that. I think he's going to merge the boomers, the Gen X, and the millennials and get it all going. I think that's what we need.
Well, I hope so, but he's going to be facing some serious issues that have been created over the last few terms. I mean, if like over the last few terms, a bunch of issues have been really shifting our position on the world stage, and I don't know if he has
Yeah.
that to be able to,
I
you
think
know.
he could. I think he could. The reason why is because just like Trump, when he went in there, when he got voted in, he was president. The House and the Senate were so against him, he barely got anything done that he wanted to do. But I think if they bring this man in, I think he's going to appeal to both sides. I think it'll be more uniparty, even though that's like a bad term now, but that's what we need. We need both sides working together. That's not what they're doing. I think he can do that.
Well, I mean, he can potentially make that happen if he is telling the truth. If he's being
True.
if he's been
That's
organic right
true.
now and authentic, really, if
I've
he's
thought about that.
yeah, if he stands behind the fact that he's here for the people and he's here for the country and not just
Right.
himself, so he can have another feather in his hat, because clearly he is all about focusing on a task and getting it done because he has accomplished so much in
Right.
his young age, so he can clearly get it done. We're not saying he can't get it done, but what we don't know is if he's being disingenuous right now. What we don't know
Right.
is who's funding him and who can make him a puppet. Because right now he's talking about other people who are puppets, but he's going to need
Yeah, I
some
agree.
funding. And when he gets that funding, he's going to owe some people some favors. So what will he do then?
Well, that's the same with any politician, though. Um, Listen, if Trump makes it, I'm totally voting for him. But if he don't and Vivek does, 100%, I got his back.
Well, I appreciate you 1000% for not only coming up here and being bold enough to speak with me on camera and everything. And you are a young lady. Don't say that again. You're wonderful. And thank you so much for all your support. You're amazing for real.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your show, dude. You're awesome.
Well, we're awesome together now. From here on out, we're a team.
Hell yeah, we are.
Yeah. So there you have it. So she just now clearly said she is a Trump supporter, but she is open-minded. White trash TV, you hear that? She is open-minded. She just wants somebody to fix this bull sugar honey iced tea that we are in at the moment. That's it. That's it. At the end of the day, that's what you should want. So shout out to Tiger. All right, so this next, thank you so much for the super chat, CMB Custom Kicks. Let's not forget Thomas Jefferson was younger than Vivek when he wrote the Declaration of Independence. Yeah, we know some people do some amazing, astoundingly amazing things at young ages. So yeah, he's not too young. I mean, but you do have people like White Trash TV who says for him, being at the age of 71, he don't trust him. He hasn't gotten his hands dirty yet. What do y'all think about that? White Trash TV says that Vivek Ramaswamy has not gotten his hands dirty yet. So because of that, he don't trust him. He don't trust him at all. So hey, I can't take that away from him. If he's saying that and he's being honest with it, what can we do about it? You can't force anybody to trust him. All right. So this next joint right here is our boy Vivek Ramaswamy when he was 18 years old. All right. And I don't know why it's taking so long to pull up. There you go, right there. He's 18 years old on this right here. This is his high school graduation when he was the valedictorian of high school. And then he went to Yale and Harvard and Stanford and all of the other big wig schools because he's just that guy. He can hyper focus. He can work his ass off. He can get things done. All right. And at first, I didn't trust him because of that. But that's hate. Just in case y'all don't know, that's called hating on somebody. That's called. So yeah, that's what that's called. So we're about to go check this out. Y'all let me know whatever y'all want me to know. Anybody that got an issue with Vivek Ramaswamy, please hit that link and join me on stage and tell me what your issue is. And we will, I mean, just let the people know, unless you just, you're a keyboard gangster, you're a thumb thug. You know what I mean? Thank you so much for the super chat, Frankie Floyd. Yeah, Trump and Ramaswamy. Well, Ramaswamy said he's not a number two, so he's not running with Trump. He already said that. So, yeah, that's not going to happen. So let's check this bad boy out.
I've been racing my entire high school career. But now when we're finally crossing the finish line, I wish I could have stopped just a little earlier and caught a breath of the fresh air that had surrounded me the whole time. Teachers, staff, classmates, counselors, and friends, I'd like to welcome you to the 2003 St. X graduation ceremony.
What's wild is he's 38 years old right now, and he still look exactly the same, other than his hairline, man. Him and I both are victims of the hairline. He and I both are victims of the hairline.
And most of all, to the fellow class of 2003, we are finally here. Yeah, I guess we finally are here. But the last question facing us tonight is what this really means. In one sense, I feel that at long last, after struggle and after success, that tonight we have arrived. Yet in quite another sense, I'm only reminded of a quote we recently read in our English class, that it is better to travel than it is to arrive, leaving me altogether confused as to how I'm supposed to feel right now. The word commencement comes from the French word commencer, which means to begin, and yet now we use that same word commencement to describe a ceremony marking the end to our 4-year high school experience. And I know the idea is a little trite for graduation ceremonies, but then again, it's only trite because it's true.
This brother, man, he's using word like trite. I am 45 years old, and I never in my life had a conversation with someone and used the word trite. He was 18 here. He's using words like trite. Have you ever used the word trite? I mean, it's a big deal to me, but it might not be a big deal to you.
So tonight, which is it really? The climactic ending to it all? Or simply the launch pad from which we now embark? The only answer lies in looking at our experience. And as I look back at our high school experience, from the latest Sunday nights spent preparing for a week's worth of workload ahead, to the lunchroom conversations spent debating the editorials in that day's issue of the Blueprint, to the after-school hours spent sweating it out on the football field, or on the soccer field, or on the tennis courts, or simply standing by to cheer another one of those teams on, to the late-night hours spent by the members of TX in the theater, prepping just those last few lines for the big performance in front of the full house on the night to follow, to the 8 o'clock Saturday mornings of the mock trial team spent practicing cross-examination after cross-examination just to perfect it one more time, to the mission trips taken this past summer from anywhere from over the Rhine, Cincinnati, to the rural areas of Peru, just to make that little difference in the world in which we live. Yes, as I look back at that high school experience, I would undoubtedly forsake our arrival tonight for just another chance to travel that path once again. But it's been said, and correctly so, that experience is like a knife. Its effect only determined by whether we hold it by the blade or by the handle.
Oh my gracious. That is bars. That is bars, man. You How effective is that knife? Well, it depends. Are you holding it by the blade or by the handle, baby? That's how I would have said it. My gracious, this dude had bars at the age of 18, man. Look, and he sound exactly the same. All right, so all jokes aside, man, this guy could potentially be the next president of the United States of America. That's why we're checking this video out right now. It's important that we check this video out right here. All right. And if you don't like him so much, then won't you go in and send me your favorite president's commencement speech, your favorite president's valedictorian speech? You know what I mean?
And we would all do ourselves a grave injustice if we were only to look at these shining moments. For just as real as these experiences over the past 4 years have been our experiences of grieving and of mourning, as individuals and as a community, for the loss of Steve McDevitt's mother last year, and of Trevor Kramer's father this year, and of Mr. Mueller's father this year, and of other loved ones along the way as well. Our experience of standing 2 years ago in disbelief as we watched the televisions in the library on the morning of September 11th, 2001. We've had these experiences, and the knife of experience stabbed us at these moments as much as it did sharpen us at all the others. And yet, whether it was these brutal stabs or that precise sharpening that have both taken place over the past 2 years, those experiences have already played crucial roles in shaping the people we have been and have become in high school, in our senior year, tonight, and in the rest of our lives to come.
Now, his family was immigrants, and I believe he is first generation because he was born here. Um, he is just showing the world that in based off of his actions, based off of him doing everything he set out to do, that you can achieve anything as an American. Anything. And he hasn't been denied yet. So a lot of people look at him as being a trickster or as being potentially unsafe or not mature enough for this job yet, but they fail to realize the fact that he has not failed at many things yet. And before we even discuss that, we need to look at Trump too, because that is one of the reasons why a lot of people felt safe with running with Trump, because they know that he bust his ass and worked hard as on or what and got some things done. And he obviously believed in himself more than anyone else. So that's where we are right now. We're going to finish listening to this. And as you can see, I got two friends that join me on stage. As soon as this speech is over, they're going to let me know why they don't like it.
When I was trying to think of the moments that struck me most over the past 4 years, I was reminded of an encounter I had earlier in this year when I was volunteering at the Bethesda Hospital, when a man approached me in the hallway from behind, clutched me on the shoulder, and I turned around to face him, and he extended his hand out to me, and he said, "Class of 1985. A little shocked and at a loss for words at the time, I merely extended my hand out to him as well, paused for a second, and I said, "Class of 2003. That was it, and the two of us went our separate ways. But as I turned around and walked away that day, and as I now turn around and look back at the time that's passed since then, I realized that when that man said class of 1985, he meant a lot more than just the date on which he graduated. For him, the words class of 1985 included all of the experiences he had had with friends, with classmates, with his teachers, and with himself over the 4 years that he had spent at St. X. Something more than a symbol that was stitched on his class jacket. Something more than a phrase printed at the top of his program at graduation. Tonight, 18 years later, the situation is still about the same. Tonight, as we graduate, our potentially mindless response, class of 2003, takes on a whole new meaning, one that comes to collectively include the 4 years preceding it, more than just this graduation we've all been working toward. So 18 years from now, when we look someone in the eye and say that we were class of 2003 at St. X, what will that mean? What will we remember when we say that we were class of 2003? We might remember that we were yet another class to have the greatest number of national merit finalists in the state of Ohio. We might remember that our cross-country team won its second state championship when we were sophomores. We might remember our state run in football last year, the trip that many of us made to Canton, Ohio, and the bittersweet moment of ending up as runners-up. We might remember that we were the senior class when our swim team won its 25th state championship. Or we might remember that the best recognition our school could give for that 25th state title was an optional fifth period lunchtime ceremony. We might remember any and all of those things 18 years from now. But when we say class of 2003, I doubt it'll be any of those things that'll first come to mind. And I think that for each of us, it'll be something different. But I also think that even as early as tonight, we can all pretty accurately predict what that'll be, no matter how far ahead we look. I know that one of the things I'll remember forever will be one of my first experiences as a non-Catholic Hindu at St. X, where at the Mass of the Holy Spirit our freshman year, I hopelessly and desperately looked around at all the fellow students to see what they were doing, sitting up and standing down at all the wrong times. You know, I was half pretending to sing along to the songs I really didn't know, and I'll remember how that all changed as the years passed. But if I'm to remember that experience 18 years from now, then I'll also be sure to remember my experience in my sophomore religion class, when I was exposed for the first time not only to the ideas of a Catholic school, but to the ideas of my peers.
You know what? I've heard many commencement speeches before, and I will say that this brother at the age of 18, he's extremely organized, he's smooth, he's giving everybody their accolades. He's not talking about himself, he's talking about the success of the entire school and his experiences while being there, and his love for just the camaraderie and everything. not about his grades and about him studying over and over and over to achieve the high grades that he's received. But although he did touch on that because he said they will have study sessions and they will go over it time and time again to make sure that they got it right. I've never been that type of studier before, ever, ever. Sometimes I get in my bag when I'm doing videos and whatnot, so that I can be knowledgeable about certain things, just so I can speak, live and not make a fool of myself. But even in that, I've never been this dedicated to anything. But this is almost done, guys. So we about to really get into the meat of it.
And eventually, of myself. And I'll definitely remember emerging from St. X with a personal faith that was neither Catholic nor strictly Hindu, but was finally something that I could call my own. As I was trying to figure out how I would end this speech tonight, I considered ending it with a mutual wish of good luck to everyone. But I'm glad I'm now stopping short of making that mistake. Because when I thought about it, I realized that wishes and luck alone are not responsible for why we're here today. Because it's neither wishing nor luck that's gotten us to where we are. It's not wishing that's letting us graduate. It's not luck that got us accepted into colleges. And it won't be wishing or luck that's going to carry us on its shoulders for the rest of our lives. We're not here because of our good luck alone. We're here because of our good work and God's help.
Go ahead.
And the sole end of that work shouldn't be achieving any great reward. Rather, it should just be doing the work itself and receiving nothing more. In a way to give and not to count the cost. It isn't about reaching the destination. It's all about making the journey to get there. And in the end, we might find ourselves at a destination far from the one we have in mind tonight. And so tonight, we find that this graduation, this commencement, is neither an end nor is it a beginning, but is simply another step on the journey along which we embarked long ago. Indeed, it is better to travel than it is to arrive. But if we look back at the travels over the past 4 years, we will realize that tonight is not the destination of those travels, but is instead only another stop on that journey. So tonight, let that journey begin. Actually, excuse me. It's already begun. Thank you all, and may God bless.
There you go. So, all right. So my guy, hold on one second. All right, what's going on? I see this is awesome. This is awesome. All right. So as y'all clearly saw, he brought the heat on that joint. He did an amazing job, in my opinion. And this might piss some of you off who are extreme Trump supporters or extreme Biden supporters. I do realize that I do have some extreme Biden supporters here. Bless your heart. Who hurt you? That's what I have to ask you. Who hurt you if you're an extreme Biden supporter? But I believe that this guy could bring some amazing things to the table. What's going on, Lena? What's going on, Sailor John? What say you?
Should I go first?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right. All right. I actually jumped in just because I got a little triggered by, was it white trash TV? I'm sorry, just a little. Couldn't
Uh
help it. Um, and here's the thing. He doesn't trust somebody who never got their hands dirty. And while I can understand that to a degree, I just can't, it's not the right way to think. That's just as bad as someone looking down on him because he chose the path he chose in life. He gets his hands dirty, therefore he's not smart. He doesn't know enough. We shouldn't listen to his opinion. And that's not right either. But I'm not going to fault the man for feeling what he feels. I just, try to keep more of an open mind. And, I can't help it. I'm from Cincinnati, so very proud of Vivek. I know people who went to St. X High School. It's a very, very good school, and those students work their tails off. They are challenged. So
You know what?
whether
I'm
he'd
with
be the absolute right pick for the president, I'm still not sure yet, but I'm willing to listen. And But he said he said something that was just so Cincinnati in there when that gentleman stopped him and said, "Class of '85." Because in Cincinnati, when you are asked, "Where did you go to school?" They're not talking about college. They're talking about high school.
High school.
It's just a weird or odd Cincinnati quirk. That's what happens here.
Now,
I'll shut up. Mm.
no, 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 you're good. You're good. Here's the thing. When I worked for the Department of Defense, something that people used to do all the time, and this is to your point, Lena, something that people used to do all the time is compare blue collar with white collar. White collar
Mhm.
thought that they were better than blue collar. Blue collar thought that they were better than white collar. And I'm like, none of you are better than the other, period. Period. White
Exactly.
collar
We're just
not
different
getting
from
their
each other.
fingers dirty. They're doing something different. Blue collar
Right.
are getting their fingers dirty, but they're doing something different. And we all need each other. At every level, we
Exactly.
we need each other.
Exactly. Exactly.
So
I mean, they complement each other.
they
And you got to
complement
start
one
thinking of it
another.
like, and you have to start thinking of it that way. We can't exist in this world without plumbers and welders and electricians and carpenters. They are necessary.
Yeah.
Just as things would fall apart pretty darn quickly if we didn't have doctors,
Yeah.
lawyers, you know,
Nurses, all of them.
nurses,
Absolutely.
all of them,
Absolutely.
the hard sciences. Things would fall apart without each end. So we need each other, and we not don't look down your nose. Whether it's you're the person getting your hands dirty on a daily basis, or you're the person who is sitting in a laboratory trying to figure out a cure for a disease. Both are necessary.
So you're saying that you would consider voting for Vivek if he was the nominee? Well, be
He's the
even
nominee.
even before that,
Mm.
him running up against
Oh,
Trump, which
it
one are you
it's
going to
so
back?
hard. It's so hard because I am a loyal Trump supporter, and I'm sorry, I don't want to get your channel in trouble, but 3 years ago, I don't feel like things turned out very well. I believe there was shenanigans. I'll leave it at that. And I want my guy to have the shot that I feel he was snatched from him. I want him to be able to finish the job that he started. I don't dislike Vivek. Um, I understand him wanting that top spot and being self-aware enough to say, I'm not a number two. I can respect that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. We'll just have to see how some things play out. We'll just
So
have to see.
that didn't come off
Yeah.
as arrogant to you for him to say, "I'm not a number two. I'm not a politician. I'm
Not
not a number
really.
two."
No, I didn't see that as arrogant. I saw that as
Okay.
self-aware. It's one thing to know, where your strengths lie. Um, so I don't see that as arrogance at all, actually. I just see that as I know myself and I know I'm not suited for this particular position. So,
All right. And
and I
one,
think while I think it would be an awesome, Trump Vivek ticket, if he's not willing to be able to step back and say, I am the number two and this is my role
mhm.
and respect it and just say, I'm not suited for this, then it would be a disservice to the ticket for him to say yes, just to say yes. Yeah.
So it'd be safe to say that you trust him so far of
So far,
what he presents himself to be and stand for. You trust it.
so far, I haven't heard anything major league to say, oh, I can't trust that. There might be
Okay.
some things, here and there that I might disagree with. There's things that Trump said and did that I wasn't always 100% supportive of, but that doesn't mean that, he has bad intentions and doesn't have uh, the nation's best interest at heart. I haven't heard anything yet that would make me say, ah, no, no, I don't trust you. I don't trust you. So I've heard some
And
comments about him taking Soros money.
yeah,
And, I
he was
mean,
a fellow. Hmm.
if Soros was stupid enough to give him money and to do something good with it as opposed to something bad, fool and their money are soon parted. I don't know. But maybe, I mean, I'm being a little bit facetious, but I haven't heard anything major yet that
S-
says, no, no, he is not to be trusted. But I will keep my ears open. I'm keeping my mind open. But I think that's the best any of us can do. So
What do you do for a living?
I am currently a pharmacy technician trainee. And
Okay.
what that means
You're a
is
brainiac.
no, not at all. This is hard. It's hard. Let me tell you, it's hard. Um, I'm I work in a mail order pharmacy, and I've worked there for 12 years.
Wow.
What I do is restock drugs. The Ohio Board of Pharmacy, which actually oversees and sets all the rules and regulations for pharmacies, said a few years ago, if your hands touch a drug in any capacity, you have to be certified. So what I've been doing all those years before, now I have to get a certification to
Certification.
say that
Yeah,
I know how to do it, which is a little crazy, but I do understand it. They are right to be concerned.
absolutely.
Bottles look the same, drugs sound the same. Um, so it is important to know that you are putting the correct drug in the correct place. So
Absolutely.
it's
Well,
important. It's just a little, I have basically what I have to know to do my job is way more than I have to know to do my job, which is a little frustrating. But they don't make distinctions between a technician who works in a retail pharmacy, somebody who works in a hospital, somebody who works in a nursing home. You all have to learn the same things, and
so
it's
it'd
hard
be
work.
safe to say that your hands get dirty.
Dirty, cut, yeah, because I cut through a lot of cardboard. I've cut myself more times than I care to count.
Okay.
Uh, yeah,
All right. So white trash TV should trust you now because your because your hands
he
got
should.
dirty.
He should. I spend my nights on an order picker, raising myself up and down about 60 feet in the air, pulling heavy boxes,
Oh
cutting
Lord.
them open, making sure, double checking, do I have the right thing? Is the right thing here? Do I have enough? Did somebody not, who came before me 2 hours before screw up and pull the wrong thing? Now I got to count everything in that spot
Oh Lord.
to correct something. Yeah, it's not an easy job. It's not.
Well, thank you
It's
for
in,
your
it's
service.
painful.
I appreciate you for coming up here and speaking your mind, and it really did add value to the channel. Thank you so much. And this is your
Thank you for having me.
second time coming up here, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I was up here the first time you decided to open it up, so thank you for having me
Yes.
again.
Thank you.
I'll shut up so somebody else can talk.
Well, you're amazing, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Okay.
Bye. Thank you very much. You too.
All right. Peace. What's going on, Sailor John?
What's up, Van?
Ain't much, man. Ain't much at all. What you got on your mind, brother?
Well, actually, I thought this was kind of an interesting topic, so I decided I'm just gonna give it a shot, and here I am.
Okay.
But yeah, actually, I'm a Trump supporter as myself as well.
Okay.
The only other person running on the Republican side that even makes sense to me would be Vivek. Um, there's
Whatever
a
happened to DeSantis? Everyone was saying DeSantis is a good choice. DeSantis, DeSantis, DeSantis. Now I don't hear him at all. All I'm hearing is Vivek.
well, he's made a lot of poor decisions.
Oh, okay.
Um, Presidential run, like actually even running this time. I think that if he waited 4 years and ran, then it would probably be better for him. His time would probably be a little bit. Uh, it'd be more his time. Let's just kind of say it that way, because
Okay.
right now Trump, he's a juggernaut.
Yeah. Yeah.
System knows, and they're doing everything they can to try and stop him. Every dirty trick there. I've never seen anything like this in my life. I'm a little bit older than you, and oh man, I don't know what's becoming of our country when things like this are happening. And I'm I don't know. It's tough to
Well, he,
describe. So
I mean, he's a huge threat to the opposite side. So when they see that they got something on him, if I was on the left, I will run with that play too. If I had one thing on Trump that I knew was our biggest opposition, I I won't even be apologetic about it. I will run off of it because it's called politics and it's dirty. is
Oh,
dirty, and they are trying to take this guy out of here. But Vivek is here now. So you're saying that you don't think that Vivek is too young?
no, not at all. One thing I really like about him is that he has, and it seems I never saw the his commencement speech, but that was pretty amazing. Somebody with that type of drive, that type of vision, that type of love for his country, and you know, something like that with a candidate, especially a younger person, they may not have seen so many. Let's say how can I put this? The negativity and people just trying to destroy your life and trying to get anything they can to destroy you.
Hmm.
He has this vision that the country needs,
Right.
which is such a positive vision for the country. And whether or not you agree with him being the right person or not, um, I think that we need more of what he can bring. And it maybe 2024 is not his time, maybe 2028 is. We
Hmm.
don't know. The future hasn't been written yet, but um, he's somebody that I do have a lot of um, hope for.
Hmm. He brings a
And
bit. He brings some optimism to it. He brings a bit of excitement to it. He brings a bit of we might have somebody who can really do something. Type
yeah,
of.
yeah, he's still a millennial, and he's somebody who believes in our country. There's a lot of millennials and Gen Z that don't do that at all.
Right.
They've been, that our country is a bad place and that our country is, evil, and our country is X, Y, and Z, whatever. It's nonsense. No country's perfect. You
Well,
know,
I mean, a lot of the younger people speak that sort of rhetoric because it's cool to say that. It's cool. It's if you're the type of person that's patriotic, openly patriotic, then you're automatically some MAGA fanatic. And that, not that anything's wrong with that, because I want y'all to know that if you rep a certain side, then rep your side. It's all good as long as you have a real reason to do so. But these youngins know when they go to school and they're amongst their friends and whatnot, they know that when they openly show appreciation for their country, they're demonized for it, because when you do that, then you're
mhm.
automatically on the side of the people who I don't agree with different pronouns. I don't agree with all this new stuff that's coming about. Like, and that's a bad thing to have an opinion about those different ideologies. So yeah, so as you see right now, a lot of the youngins are saying, I don't love this country because 1619, you know what I mean? And like, what? Like, that's
Well,
stupid.
it's funny that when you're younger, you have this. Your ideas are based off of what people are telling you and your peer pressure and what you think the world should be like. And then as you get a little bit older, you become a parent. You out in the real world for a while, you actually start to realize how the world actually is.
Right.
Your views start to change because you mature.
Right.
I mean, the frontal lobe of the brain actually is where your cognitive reasoning is from. It doesn't fully mature until 25.
Right.
And so, if you've ever noticed somebody at the age of, 18, they're not the same person they are when they're 21. And when they're 21, they're not
Exactly.
the same they are when they're 25. And when they become 30, they mature and mature and mature as time goes on. And, when the younger people are very enthusiastic, I love that drive and I love that enthusiasm. But if you're not doing it for something that is, I don't know, the results would be very positive, a lot of people are going to push back. And, the older folks, wouldn't even call ourselves being that much older, but, the older folks, we understand a little bit more. We've been through a lot. We've seen
Right.
how life kick your butt and, you get up and then keep moving. So, yeah, it's just, I get it.
I mean, having to file your taxes for 20 plus years will change anyone. you will start to you will wonder, where's my money going? you'll wonder, like what are they doing in office? The people that run this, what are they doing? I want to make sure that they're on
Yeah,
top of things.
I want to say about that. When you were talking with, I think Lana was her name,
Uh huh.
talking about when you were saying blue collar versus white collar.
Uh huh.
Um, you worked for DOD. I mean, I was
Yeah.
military and I've worked for the government for some time. Um, when you're talking about the difference between, the enlisted and the officer ranks,
Hmm.
there's that same thing, the white collar, the blue collar. There are people like Vivek, I think, people like Donald Trump, who they're natural leaders.
Yeah.
They would be in an officer type of position and they would lead properly. You know, and there's a lot of people who end up in management type of positions that should never be there. And that's what you see a lot of times in Washington. You see a lot of times in other politicians. And you couldn't trust them as far as you could throw them. And unfortunately, like our current president, he's been in working for the government in politics for like 50 years.
Wow. Wow.
And I mean, just the level of corruption you already know. Just
Well,
anybody in for that long. I mean, there's got to be some level of that, unless everybody in the establishment hates you, and that means you're not playing ball with them. And that's, I think, one of the reasons why Trump was so popular with the people and so unpopular with the establishment, both Republican and Democrat. I
that
mean,
is
he
true.
basically had to come in and kick the crap out of the Bushes,
He did.
that family, and then he had to come in and kick Clinton's butts too, on the Democratic side. And you notice that behind the scenes, the Bushes and the Clintons are all friends
They are.
because that's how it works behind the scenes.
They
And
are.
so, yeah, for me, if the establishment hates you, there's probably something about you I must have to like.
Exactly. Exactly. It's something. What are they trying to hide? I need more of it. Oh, that's what it's saying. It's like you're attacking this guy for a reason. I want to know what that reason is. Oh, you can't give me one. You're making up lie after lie after lie after lie. Yeah, I'm definitely going to find out more about him because you don't like him for a reason. He's trying to stop you from doing the stuff that you've been getting away with for years and years and years.
Yeah,
And that's my friend. That guy's. Hey, man, thank you for your service. You said you was military.
sure.
Yeah, man. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. I didn't have the balls to join when I was
But
younger.
everybody, but yeah, after 9/11, I said, I got to do my duty, and I did. So
Bless you, bro.
yeah. So anyway,
Bless you, Sailor John. I appreciate you, man.
hey, one last thing with it. You guys were talking about Mr. White Trash TV.
White Trash
Uh,
TV.
he's in his 70s.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're not going to
71
not going to change his mind.
at all.
Period. So shout out to him. I understand where he comes from.
Yeah.
I got no problem with people like that. You know what? Let him do his thing. And
I, you know what? Let me tell you this, Sailor John. Like I told him, I don't know if you heard me when I was talking to him, but I had to tell him, bro, please don't apologize. Don't apologize. You've experienced what you have experienced. Don't apologize. And I tell them that because many of my supporters tell me to stop apologizing. Van, stop apologizing. Stop apologizing. Well, as soon as I hear someone that's 71 and has been able to beat Father Time for this long, bro, you enjoy your life and you speak your opinion. You say it with your chest unapologetically. You know what I mean? Put it out there. And the fact that you came on camera and did it, that's even bigger, man. Much love to White Trash TV. That's my guy. That was the third time he was on the channel talking to me on the live.
all right.
Yeah, he's a cool guy, man. But Seller John, thank you so much, my brother, and thank you for adding value to this channel and to this show. I really appreciate it, and hopefully you and your family enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
All right. God bless.
God bless you as well, brother. And thank you so much for the super chat, Kenya. Kenya from Cali. Much love to you for pulling up. I really appreciate it. And thank y'all so much for being patient and for listening to the people, our guests, our family, other LFR family members who are pulling up, clicking that link and joining me to say whatever they got to say. And as y'all see, we got one of our super chatters out here. Much love to Lynn. Hey, Lynn, how do you say your last name? I don't know how you say your last name. Okay, hold on one second. Let me hold on one second. Hold on one second. Okay, I can hear you now.
It's like dill pickles.
Dill, Lynn Dill, thank you so much for the super chat, for the support, and for showing up to speak your mind. What do you have to say, young lady?
Well, first of all, I was actually a Democrat for a very long time.
Shout
I
out.
turned I turned 43 this week actually,
Oh,
and
happy birthday.
I was a Democrat because my family was a Democrat, and our family members, I should say. And I changed actually when stuff came through with Obama the second time, and I started noticing just things that I didn't think were right. And so I actually ended up switching over to Republican. And I started to do work when really start my journey, so to speak, when Trump came in and was a candidate. And I wanted to know more about him, more about our system, how it worked, what was really going on behind the scenes. And, you know, I voted for Trump. I have nothing against Trump. I think Trump was a great candidate in many ways. But here's my thing, something that I think that, because I've kind of been on both sides of the blue collar worker. I've been a blue collar worker and I have been a white collar worker. And I have seen both sides of people's opinions. I've been a Democrat, I've been a Republican. So I've seen both sides of that as well. And the thing that I have to say is everybody wants to pick the little tiniest things against Trump. Everybody wants to pick the littlest, tiniest things against Vivek. But nobody is looking at the fact that we need somebody who has actual, how can I put this, plans to fix the actual issues that we have. Not just the short-term issues that we're having, but the long-term effects of those.
That's right.
And I love Trump. I think he was a great president. But Trump has some habits that I think keep him from being the president that he could be.
What habits are you speaking of?
One, his mouth. He has some habit. Okay, let's just be honest. Somebody needs to take his Twitter account away from him. I believe in freedom of speech, but sometimes when you're the leader, you have to learn how to be diplomatic, how you say things.
Okay.
In order to not alienate half of the people that should be voting for you. The other part of it is he has a habit of hiring people that don't have his vision and don't have the best intentions for his vision. And then he ends up, then they do something, not great. And then he has to fire them. Then he has to find somebody else. And I think that sometimes he forgets that just because he thinks somebody's is good at their job, that they're going to be good at his vision.
That's right.
And because of that, through his presidency, you saw different people kind of working in his own group, working against him. And, Fauci was a really good example of that.
Oh, we can't talk about him on the stage.
Sorry.
He's one of the boogie monsters that we can never speak.
Yeah, sorry. But he's just an example of that.
Right.
And I just feel like Trump is the candidate of the heart. But if you step back and you actually take a look at, take your heart out of it. And sorry, my phone just turned off. Sorry. If you just look at the issues and look at what needs to be done, and then look at which one of them has the better plan. Trump is good at talking to the everyday person. But Trump doesn't tell you what his plans are to fix the issues we're going through. Vivek, on the other hand, or Vivek, however you say it, he, on the other hand, has real plans and real things that he wants to put into place that not only will help us to fix the issues that we have now, but will help to fix issues that we can all see coming down the pipeline, so to speak.
Okay.
And sort of like with this immigration, with not only wanting, everybody wants to send back the people that are here illegally. We all agree with that. Anybody that has a brain can agree with that. But how do we fix it once we do that? How do we fix our immigration once we do that? And the problem with it is building a wall is great. I'm 100% behind that. But that doesn't fix the legal immigration issues that we have. And Vivek actually has real solutions for that. It's, you take in, everybody says that he doesn't, he wasn't self-made, but he was. If you go and look at, where he came from, his dad, working 2 jobs to put himself through school to, to become a lawyer, I think it was a lawyer or doctor, I don't remember which one, to then put his family, in a better position once they got here. And somebody was pointing out, well, they came from a really nice house in India. Let me explain something. I don't know if anybody's been out of the country, but I have in on missions work. And rich in a country like India is very different from being rich here in the United States. The level that you have to be at there compared to where you have to be out here is very different. So just because somebody looked like they came from good money, so to speak, over there in India doesn't mean they had anything when they came here. And you lose a lot of that. And that's what people don't understand is when you come here legally, you lose a lot of that because you have to completely start over. The degrees that you have over there, you can't use it over here. They don't transfer. You have to start all over again. Because I've worked with a lot of immigrants that have explained this system to me. And so Vivek, he had to see his father start all over again and rebuild his family again and rebuild their wealth and rebuild their position in life. And I think that gives him a perspective that can unite both the blue collar worker and the white collar worker because we need both. This country doesn't work with just one or the other. We need both. And I think that he has the ability, because of what he has seen and because of what his family has, gone through, to unite both sides. I think that he has a really good plan on shutting down some of these systems and, the programs and stuff that we have that are not actually helping, especially minorities in particular, but aren't helping society.
Right.
And then taking that money and putting it towards things that will actually help, like our military and our health services and things of that nature. I love Trump, but Trump doesn't have, outside of saying that Biden is corrupt and saying how he's being persecuted, and he's really good about telling you what the issues are.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't tell you what he's going to do to fix them.
Now,
And that is where Vivek, I think that's where Vivek is better at it. Vivek is the choice of the head. Trump is the choice of the heart.
here's the thing, though, and I think that what you said, and I probably sound like I'm going against what I'm about to say, but I actually believe what you just now said was 100% spot on. All right, about Vivek. As far as Trump is concerned, this is something that I've noticed. I've heard him in speeches before give actual solutions 1 through 10 with ABCD, little pin notes in between that. I've heard him do it, and also I've come to realize too that Trump seemed to me to be the guy that's like, I'll show you better than I could tell you. I've done it before. I've proven to do it before. Put me back in that position and watch me do it now. And that's what it seems like he wants to get to. Like he seems a little upset, obviously, rightfully so. He seemed like he's been betrayed, and he's
And he
just
has a
ready to
right
get.
to feel that way. He has a
Yeah.
right to feel that way. And I agree that he is now. He's now starting to talk about some of the ways that he wants to fix it. And I think he's on a better footing now than he has been in probably the last 6 months. Because I think now that he's realized the anger doesn't do any good if you don't have something behind it.
Yeah, you gotta have a plan, brother.
And for that, I give that credit. And like I said, Trump, I have always wanted to vote for Trump.
Right.
I'm not saying that Trump is not a good candidate. I just think that Vivek has something that can unite the country, where I feel like if Trump wins and Trump is the president, not that he can't not do good, I feel like it's still going to cause division. It's still going to cause us, everybody to hate everybody. The division and the hatred is not going to stop. And I feel like maybe, at the very least, I think Trump would be smart to put Vivek as his vice president.
That's if Vivek accepts it, because he clearly said that he don't want to be anyone's number two, and he doubt Trump
And
will
he
be
doesn't.
anyone's number two as well.
And he doesn't. Okay. But I've also learned that you speak where you want to be. Power of life and death is in your tongue. So you want to always put forward where you want to be. I don't think that he would turn down the opportunity to be vice president.
I'm going to say
that's just
something
my
to you.
first opinion.
I'm going to say something to you that might come off some type of way. It sounded to me like you are still a Democrat at heart.
No, not really. I just try to see everything from everybody's point of view.
You're objective, and that part is not democratic. That part is the conservative part of you, in my opinion. It's the part that more how you lean toward Vivek more than Trump, and how you pretty much admit that Trump's being is divisive. The way that
I just
he
want the
presents
country.
himself.
I just want the country to be united. And if
Yeah.
Trump can do that, I'm all for it. 100% for it.
Right.
I just, unfortunately, I don't see how that's. I
You
don't
think
see how that's
Vivek
possible.
you think Vivek has a better chance at uniting people who
I
are
do.
on either side, at whatever age, whatever ethnicity, he will bring
I
people
have.
together.
My family is a very mixed race. I have children that are black. I have children that are Hispanic, that are they're not teenagers anymore. They're out there. They're voting. They're living their lives. And I see how they can be corrupted by Democratic stance and the social issues, because they pull on everybody's heartstrings.
They do.
And they manipulate that.
Manipulative as hell.
And I see that, but I don't want. The problem with it is I don't see anybody on the other side, on the right side, so to speak, appealing to people's, not only just their logic, which logic is, I'm a very logical person. I have to, I've been in the medical field. I have had to learn to step back and take my emotions out of stuff in order for me to do my job. And, sometimes you don't like the people you have to work on, but okay, they're still my patient. They're still the people that I have to take care of. And I don't see how the right side, they want to attack. They don't seem to want to unite. And they're losing.
The left side don't want to attack, and they want to unite, is what you're saying.
I'm not saying either side does. I'm saying the left side is very manipulative and is using that to manipulate our younger generation into believing that they want to be united, and that they're the team of uniting everybody and diversity and all of this other stuff, which is not really true.
Right.
But I don't see anybody on the right side until Vivek kind of came in saying, I don't want to just win. I don't want to I'm not running against Trump. I'm not running against this person or that person. I'm running for a vision And when you do that and you take out the left, you take out the right, you take out, who you're running against,
Mm-hmm.
you're able to bring in those that would probably vote Democratic because they see that he's not fighting against them. He's fighting against a system.
One question for you, Lynn, before I go to the next guest. What is a woman?
A female, adult female.
An adult female, someone who was born as a female, right?
Yes, an adult female.
Okay, okay. She not a Democrat, guys. She is not a she she passed the
No, no,
test.
no.
She passed the pop quiz.
No. I know what a woman is.
She passed the pop quiz, guys. Hey, she passed the pop quiz. Hey, Lynn, thank you. I love your spirit. You are an amazing young lady, and I know that your children are lucky to have you as their mom, for real.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate anybody else's point of view. Like I don't want anybody to feel like I'm, attacking them because they like Trump. Like I
If
said, I really do love Trump.
if they feel that way, then let them feel that way, because your intentions was not that. That's you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Much love to you, and I'm about to move on to the next person. You have
Okay,
an amazing Sunday. Okay.
you too.
All right.
Bye.
Peace. What's going
Hello,
on, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I've been going over a lot of stuff and doing heavy thinking. Okay. Uh, to respond to what the lady said about Trump always saying something while he was president, uh, got to remember that the media and Democrats were always on him.
Hold on one
Okay.
second. Hold on one 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 second. I apologize.
Oh, no problem.
I'm hearing some feedback. Hold on one second. Is that your computer? Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Testing 1 2 1 2. Okay. All right. All right. Cool. All right. You can go ahead now, bro.
Okay. Uh, but to respond to what the lady said about Trump always talking while he was president, he was constantly getting attacked. So the best way he wanted to handle that was to make sure that he kept America informed of what he was doing, okay? Because by not saying anything, that made it easier for the Democrats and the media to turn stuff around on him, okay? So he wanted to
Okay.
make sure he kept uh, America informed of what was going on.
All right.
Uh, now, to speak about this whole, they want, they're taking Trump in and they don't want no media, they want closed doors. They don't want him to say anything, okay, for this trial. Now, that is a way to convict him, okay, without anybody needing a reason why, okay? They
Okay.
could take him in there and they say they could convict him for petting a cat, okay? And when it's all said and done, you know, because of the thing, they lock him up. He can't say nothing. They don't have to say nothing. They don't have to prove nothing, you know? And if you look at it in a way, that's a dictatorship.
Okay.
If we allow something like that to happen, okay, then we are pretty much allowing them to dictate all of us, to censor all of us.
They're already doing
Okay.
that. They
Well, I
already
know
they
they're
already
already.
run all of that. Yeah.
Well, I know they already do that.
Uh-huh.
Okay, but people still talk. All right, but this gives them more power because they see it as, well, nobody's going to stand up to us now. It is shown. Nobody's going to stand up to us.
Right.
So therefore, we can take full control. Okay? Now, I feel it should be an open court where
Right.
everybody can see it,
Mm-hmm.
because this way they can't pull this whole "you pet a cat, you're convicted" type thing. Uh, but that's their way of trying to pull a fast one over people's head.
I have a question for you, Joey.
Hmm.
Have you read any? Have you read the indictments?
No, I have not.
Okay. Only.
Have a hard time reading things.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Only reason why I asked you that. Have you watched any videos about the indictments?
I've watched a couple.
Hmm.
Okay. I remember them talking about some lady. Okay. I mean, I'm trying to keep up to date with this stuff.
No, no, no.
Okay?
I'm not giving you a pop quiz. Only reason why I'm asking you about this part is because it's some real it's a real situation here. It's some real legalese that your boy Trump has him and his team potentially put themselves in a bad spot.
I mean, one thing I heard about was the fact of him questioning the election.
Well,
Okay.
yeah,
That
well,
was,
it's a little bit more than that. It's a little bit
well,
more than that. Yeah, it's a little bit more than that.
yeah. And I saw somebody bring up the fact of, well, Hillary did the same thing. Okay.
Hmm.
Why wasn't she taken to court?
Well, it's one of them type of things where you have a poop ton of people, men and women, in prison right now.
Yeah.
We Something that will never be our argument is, well, they did it and they didn't get it locked up. So why are we doing that with Trump? Anybody who pays attention to the actual indictments that were written up, and you know that they got the lawyers, they are legally weaponizing the FBI. They're weaponizing all of their lawyers,
Yeah.
everything that they can use to get big orange guy, the big bad orange guy, out of the way.
Yeah.
So they actually found something that could back Trump into a corner, and they are beating that nail like crazy with that hammer. Regardless if he is here or not to, I mean, he's not in office, but he is still powerful. He is still effective. His voice goes beyond theirs, and they hate that. So they have to take him down. But if you get an opportunity, look at a couple of these videos about the indictment.
Okay.
I would love for you to come back on the
Okay.
channel and talk to me
Um,
after you check them joints out, because there's some real stuff there. I mean, yeah, he was petting the cat, and yeah, I mean, yeah, it's petty. Joe Biden, him and his family has done way more than what Trump is being
a lot.
convicted of.
Okay.
Clintons have done way more than what.
Yes.
Yeah,
And all that has gotten swept under the rug.
yeah, it
But
has.
because they see it, because Trump is a threat,
Yeah.
okay,
Uh huh.
they do not want to let this one go. They do
Uh huh.
not want to sweep it under the rug. They want to take him down. And uh, I saw a little survey thing that where it showed Biden's son one day, and the very next day it was convicting Trump of something. It happened about 5 times in a row. Now, uh, to go on to this subject, no, we should not sit there and think that Trump should be the only one to look at, all right, to possibly be president. We got to keep an open mind, okay? Uh, one reason, because if Trump does get pulled from the race,
Mm-hmm.
okay, we should have information knowing about the other candidates that we would feel would fit better, or at least be a good replacement to that. Okay, we
Right.
can't rely on one person.
And the
That we
one
cannot
person,
rely. Huh?
so okay, let me ask you this because I initially the reason why a lot of people are showing up on the channel today anyway is because we're talking about Vivek that could potentially be a replacement for Trump. Are
Yeah,
you in the do you believe that Vivek will be a good replacement for Trump?
I haven't learned much about him.
Hmm.
Okay, but I am going to look more into him. Okay, find out because, like I said, if Trump does get pulled, okay, should at least know the other candidates and what they stand for, okay, and know that they're not, to see and make sure that hopefully they're not going to be sellouts.
Okay. Well,
Now,
we won't know that. That's
well,
something
yeah,
that
I know.
we won't know that until 20 years or maybe 10 years or
Yeah,
until somebody exposes them, but they'll get the job. Some people have
well, yeah,
had the job for 2 terms and
well, that,
we didn't find out in what they were into until 10 years after they were
well,
done.
yeah. I mean, all it is hope. Okay, that's all it
Right.
is. Hope.
Right.
Okay. Now,
Right.
this is the last subject I want to touch on before I let you go. Okay, because this has been a very concerning one to me.
Okay.
Okay, and you never hear anybody mention this part of it because I like to look at the full story of things. Now, when it comes to the transgender thing, okay, allowing women into men's bathroom, men into women's bathroom, nobody
Okay.
points out the repercussions that can come from that. There are repercussions that man will sit there, dress as a woman, okay, say, act like they're trans. They'll go into women's bathrooms. They will take advantage of them. They'll rob them. They'll do the same thing. When it comes with kids, they'll go in there, take advantage of the kids, may steal the kids. You know, I mean, they concentrate mainly on just the trans, not the repercussions that will happen with that. The doors it opens for perverts, sickos, and all that type of thing.
Okay. All right.
What?
Well, let me tell you this, Joey. Reason why I asked you about the indictments is because sometimes when you have conversations with certain people, they're going to ask you to produce some receipts. And if you are not able to produce any receipts, and all you have is I've heard this and I've heard that, that could completely destroy your argument. And you could be talking about something real. Like right now, you're talking about children being put in a bad position by trans community, the pedo part of
Yeah,
that community, because
not
they are
saying
not
the actual.
all pedo.
I'm not saying actual trans people. Okay,
Right.
and I can't say all trans people uh, actually believe that
I know, brother.
they should be able. You know, it's the
I know,
fact
brother.
of the door it opens.
I know, and it does open a door. And as soon as we let our guards down, first of all, like Joey is saying, and I know this is a part of what you're saying. Joey is saying that we should never let our guards down when it comes to our children. And this right here, when we allow certain things, is setting an extremely dangerous precedent, and he don't want that to happen.
No,
Okay.
I made on a TikTok. I said, if they want it that bad, they should ask for their own bathrooms.
I don't know if they'll go into a bathroom that says trans bathroom.
Well,
They might though.
I'm just, hey, I mean, it's a thought, it's an opinion. Okay, I know.
Hey, look, I'm with you, bro. Listen, I'm here with you. I'm not disagreeing with anything you said. I just think that'd be kind of, hilarious. If I was trans, I wouldn't be like I don't know. I don't know. I'm not. So,
Well, I'm just. Uh, but one last thing, I did make a video on my TikTok to
what's
support your.
what's your TikTok?
It's actually Hydro Man.
Hydro Man.
Yeah,
Okay, you got like 50,000 followers.
I got I got like maybe 10,000. I don't know.
Oh, check you out, brother. Check you
Well,
out, brother.
a lot of them like my videos and the things I point out.
Right,
You know,
right.
uh, because I try to think more of what could happen and what things can lead to. You know,
Yeah.
um, but I put a video on there today. Um, it was two videos of your TikToks. Plus, after that, I put the name of the LFR family thing with your Discord, your TikTok,
You did,
or
Joey?
sorry, not
What?
TikTok.
Why you put my stuff on your TikTok, bro? That's free
Just
advertisement. I owe you money now. How much I owe you?
you
$13?
don't owe me nothing. You don't owe me
Oh,
nothing. Okay,
thank you, bro.
but your Twitch and your YouTube, and I've actually been getting likes on it
That's what's up. That's what's
because
up, man.
that's
Much
that's how much I support you. Okay, I've
well,
watched your reactions for years. Okay, and I like conversations that you have, and the fact that you also okay want to hear from people on the other side of the aisle. You want to hear their thoughts and opinions. You don't want
mhm,
to just hear one side.
right,
You know that that is very respectful.
right.
You know,
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Joey. Thank you so much, Hydro Man, guys. If y'all are on TikTok, go to
I actually put it in your chat.
okay. Okay, he put it. Yeah, you put it in chat. Okay.
Yeah, I put
Yeah.
it in your Discord chat.
Yeah, guys, y'all make sure y'all go to Hydro Man. Thank you so much for pulling up, Joey. I really appreciate it, brother. And hopefully you and your family enjoy the rest of your Sunday, man. Thank you so much for coming up on the channel and being a part of the show. You definitely added value. I appreciate you, and I wish you much success. And keep on putting the truth out there. I appreciate that as well.
Like I said, I can't guarantee I'm 100% right on everything, but I always say it's my personal opinion. Okay, pretty much, and my thoughts and what I could see coming from. Okay,
Okay.
the situation.
All right. Well, do me a favor. When you do put your personal opinion out there, um, put up any type of I don't know a good source of information that will back it up. Like
Well,
it'll be like a
before
for
I,
instance. For instance, look at that. You know what I mean? Something like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
All right, my
Uh,
brother.
but I just,
Hey, what's going on, bro? Hold on one second. 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 I don't hear you. Hold on. I don't hear you. Hold on. That's me. That's on my end.
All right.
I hear you now. What's going on,
You got me
brother?
loud and clear. Good, man. How are you?
I'm good. I'm listening to the ladies been asking for you to speak for the last 45 minutes,
I know
man.
you got me sitting in the back of the bus, man. I thought slavery days were over. What's going on, man? Really? There's ladies out there?
Slavery is not over. 1619, 20.
1619.
Yeah, that's coming, man. 2021 19 is going to be the revamping of that. I don't know if I'll still be here, but how you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. I heard you were talking about Vivek, so I was like, why not come on here and give my little 2 cents? You should have texted me. I would have loved to have come on. We could have had this conversation, I don't know, hours ago. How long you been streaming? 4 or 5 hours?
I've been streaming for 2 hours now, and
Oh, yo,
and
killing it.
actually only reason why I started streaming is because a supporter of mine emailed me and said, Van, you need to check out this video of Vivek doing a commencement speech at in high school, 18 years old. And I said, okay, I'm gonna check it out. But me, I like to do things live. I don't sometimes I do my due diligence before I check out something, but this one, it was an 18-year-old speech. What
Yeah.
am I gonna do? Oh man, I don't need to do any, what you call it, any type of homework on that. But
Yeah.
I wanted to check that out live with the people, and we had just been learning about potentially our next president, man. So, what do you got to say about it, big dog?
Honestly, man, I like Vivek. I've been following him ever since the Breakfast Club debacle, the
Oh
whole
yeah,
thing. Like when
yeah,
like I knew about him, I just didn't know exactly who he was until I listened to that Breakfast Club mess of an interview, and then I went and started doing research on him. And I like him. I know there's some concerns, and I heard it earlier. Someone was saying in a chat, at least, about his pharmaceutical companies and the real background on his
yes,
on the drugs and stuff that he was creating. And,
yes,
in the end of the day, maybe that is true, maybe it's not. That's kind of how the pharmaceutical business works. A lot of times, you buy stuff that's about to expire and patent, and you try to revamp it, and et cetera, and et cetera. So, I don't think that's such a big deal. Did investors probably lose money? Sure, any pharmaceutical company really there's a lot of because I dabble in the stock market and stuff, so anything that's like pharmaceutical related, there's a lot of pump and dumps. Like there's always some sort of miracle drug that comes out, is testing and fails, and the companies make a shit ton of money. It's just the reality of how it goes being in a pharmaceutical company.
wow,
But listening to Vivek, man, I like a lot what he says. To be honest, like he's my favorite candidate, him. And then, of course, on the Democratic side, we don't really have too many people, so it's RFK. I do like RFK, but I think his whole conspiracy on vaccines and stuff, whether it's true or not, I know he's done a lot of research on it. I know he's got a book. I'm going to read it eventually. I think that's the primary focus that they put on him is the vaccine guy, the conspiracy theorist. I don't think he's going to ever really have a shot
hmm
to even be a nominee or anything when it comes to the Democratic side of things. But I like Vivek, but I don't think he's going to be the president. I think he's actually shooting to be vice president. Just everything. Just that's the vibe I get from him.
But that's the thing, though. He was just now asked in a video we just listened to.
Mhm.
One of the I keep calling them reporters, but they're not reporters. What are they? What are they? Let's call them reporter. Asked him, you mentioned before, and she was quoting him. You mentioned before that you will not run as an assistant. I mean, as an vice
Vice
president,
president? Yeah.
and to Trump or anyone. And he doubled down on it. He said, "Yeah, I'm no one's number two." Just like Trump. Trump is not a number two. I'm also not a number two.
Yeah, but Van, think about this. If you're running for presidency and someone says, "Hey, Van, I mean, you're like third or fourth down the line. I mean, would you consider being vice president?" You're not gonna be like, "Absolutely." No, you're gonna be like, "No, no, man. Like, I'm not gonna be number two. I'm gonna be number one. I'm going to
Yeah.
win this presidency." That's how it works, realistically. So I can honestly see him. I think he would be a great choice. Unfortunately, you and I've been on the show before. We talked about Trump. I like Trump. I like what he's accomplished under his presidency. The I guess the bills and the legislations and stuff like that he passed, I was cool with. It's just his personality doesn't really match very well, especially in today's environment. Unfortunately, he's become divisive, not by his own doing. I just think that the media has turned him into this boogeyman, this big bad wolf who's going to destroy the country. We've already seen what he can do during his sitting reign of being the president. So to still sit there and say the world's going to end, we're going to go to nuclear war and blah, blah, blah. I mean, that didn't happen during his 4 years. In fact, you look at Biden and we're in a worse situation and about to go into another war. So, we can't have that argument. I think that argument should just completely just the liberals need to stop using that argument. I just think that if he gets back into the White House, we're going to have an uptick in Black Lives Matter protests, more debauchery and degeneracy is going to occur in this country. I mean, look at what's happening nowadays. You look at Chicago, you look at New York. I mean, there's zero accountability with this young youth these days. So imagine if he gets in, it's going to be worse. I don't see anything getting better unless we don't have another Biden versus Trump. We need to get rid of both of them, is my personal opinion. And, I live in Florida. I like DeSantis. past 6 months, I'm not agreeing on a lot of stuff that he's doing anymore.
Well, that's what I was telling one of the gentlemen that we had here. Was it Sailor John? It might have been Sailor John, I believe it was, where I was letting them know that a lot of people was leaning toward DeSantis being a good number two in the event of, Trump might be indicted, he might not be able to run. DeSantis is our guy, and that was in the air for probably like a good couple of months, but then
Hmm.
it died down. Apparently he did or said some stupid things that he wasn't supposed to do or say. But Vivek, Vivek, I'm kind of hating on Vivek because he's so polished and it seems like he's saying every single thing that he is supposed to say. And I'm waiting for that hammer to drop. I'm waiting for something like, okay, yes, he was sponsored as a George Soros fellow when it came to his research. And everyone hates George Soros, especially people on the right. And then he profited off of big pharma at the height of the pandemic. At the height of the
Hmm.
pandemic, he was profiting off of big pharma, and we all know that big pharma is a part of the problem, not a problem, part of the solution. But well, they are a part of the solution. They make drugs.
Hmm. Hmm.
You know what I mean? It's just that they take advantage of their positions. But it sounds like he's just positioning himself to put another feather in his hat, not necessarily to be about the people. But when you listen to him, he sound pretty authentic, and or I mean, to me, he sound like he really is about doing something for the people. But they said, "Yo, if you're really about doing something for the people, can't you do that as a number two?" And he was like you just now said, that's not my focus. My
Hmm.
focus is to put my ideas ahead. If I'm number two, my ideas won't be ahead of anyone. It will
Correct.
be me making sure somebody else's ideas I put forward.
Correct. Now, I get your concerns. I would definitely throw the concern about the pharmaceutical company stuff out the way.
Okay.
Toss
Why
that.
is that?
Toss that. Think. Look, there's every single politician, I'm sure, has some sort of donation from some sort of pharmaceutical company. They're giants, man. I guarantee you. I guarantee if you even look at Trump, there's probably someone in some form pharmaceutical company that donated to him or have some sort of interest with him that he will support if it's sitting. The pharmaceutical companies are extremely corrupt. I do not like them. And I think that's one of the reasons. Like, the only candidate I can see that's going against that is RFK. And because of that, look at what happened to him. I found out that they said that his own brothers don't even talk to him anymore.
His brothers don't talk to him?
His family doesn't talk to him. I remember seeing like an interview.
Wow.
He was like, my own brother doesn't talk to me. He's like, my family doesn't talk to me. They basically disown him because of his opinion. And that's quite sad, to be honest, man. But that just kind of
It
shows
is.
you how the Kennedy family runs their business. Very, very polished, tote the line. It's like the Kardashian dynasty. Like, the name matters before anything else.
I
So,
understand.
yeah, that I just think just like,
I
and I
get
saw
it.
someone else the concern that why is it another rich millionaire that is going to be the president? Every single president at one point or another was rich when they got in the White House, and they left
Or
richer.
they had some extremely rich backing.
Exactly. Now I even got the numbers up here. Let me see if I still got it up here. I could. Oh no, I think I closed it. I was showing. I had a list of every single president when they came in, how much money they came in with, and how much money they left with. Right? Obama killed it compared to everyone else. I think what I saw was like $17 million, and he left with like $151 million.
What?
Trump is the only one that did not make money. He actually lost money. Let me go up here real quick and see if I can find it again. Yeah, it was pretty interesting statistic.
But that's the reason why a lot of people really trust Trump, because when he got in office, he didn't use the office as a cash cow. He used it as a way of getting things done. Whereas other presidents used it as a cash cow.
Hey,
They try to figure out a way to make them some millions.
yeah, and honestly, I think even Trump that was his goal too, was to advance his brand initially when he was running. I didn't think that he really wanted to be president until he really became president. Now he's like, no, I really want to do this. I like what's happening here, but he's just is too divisive, I think, and so is DeSantis. Vivek is my choice if I had to pick, and yeah, I'm waiting for the hammer to also fall. But who knows? Maybe the biggest dirt is the pharmaceutical company stuff. Not bad
Maybe.
compared to Biden, Trump. And DeSantis doesn't really have any dirt. I think he just has a disconnect with his audience at this point and his base and the people who supported him. I think he's too focused on the right wing and is not picking up the lost souls out there like myself and you and other people who really want a change. I think he's just focused on the right wing and that's it. So he's just like focusing on those type of policies. Where what I noticed with Vivek, he's running his campaign how DeSantis should run his campaign. I think personally, because Trump has his followers. He's going to have his followers no matter what. He's going to have the people who hate him no matter what. He's not going to change any minds. It just is what it is. Whereas Vivek, I feel like he's going on CNN, he's going on Fox News, he's meeting with all these different people, no matter what side they're on, to give his thoughts, and that is converting a lot of people and say, hey.
Right.
This guy might actually be a good chance. I like what he's
Right.
doing. Out of everyone, he seems to be the one who's doing the best out of the crew. But again, it's like if you don't get that mass media coverage, the old folks aren't going to vote for you.
I mean, but what percentage of either side is open-minded and willing to budge? Because on both sides, there's most of them are not willing to budge no matter who is in front of them. They say, look, I'm just going to vote my ticket. I'm going to vote my party. Whoever's at the head, whoever's at the helm, that's who I'm voting for, and that's it. But
Yeah.
who can Vivek, what percentage of the liberals can he move over to Republican? What percentage of MAGA country can he move over to Vivek Nation?
Yeah, that's the thing. But I think he's doing a good job, man. Even like on Breakfast Club, which is predominantly liberal.
He kicked ass.
I saw some comments where people are like, yo, I like this guy.
Yeah.
I'm going to vote for him. My computer's about to die, but I want to run down these numbers. So here you go. Trump came into office with $3 billion, according to this website, which is, what is it? Cheapism.com. I don't know if this is reliable.
Your camera is stuck.
Oh, it's stuck? Hold on.
Yeah. But go ahead and give us the information. I
That's
think the
weird.
ladies want to look at you anyway.
Oh, okay. All right. So real quick, because my battery's about to die. So yeah, he came in with $3 billion. He left with $2.3 billion. You have Obama, who came in with $1.3 million, left with $70 million. Okay, so see, that's why I wanted to bring up the source, just so I'm correct. George Bush, $20 million, left with $40 million. Bill Clinton. Oh yeah, it was Bill Clinton. That's who it was. Bill Clinton, $1.3 million after $241 million.
Oh my God.
Right? They always say the first black president, right? Is that what they say? George H.W. Bush, $4 million, left with $23 million. And then Ronald Reagan, $10 million, left with $15 million. I'm going to stop there. So that kind of just shows you when people are like, I don't like that rich people are going to, get into office. They're all rich. They're all rich. Just if you're a politician, you have certain insights and connections that other people don't have. Hence the reason why.
Not only are they all rich, but they're all friends. And they
Exactly.
act like they're enemies. They act like they are against each other across the aisles, yelling at
Correct.
each other. Then right after they go to Top Golf, smoke some cigars.
There you go. I guarantee you, the back there, they're like, that was a good show we put on today. I know, right? It was crazy.
Yeah, we did a damn good job in front of them people.
Yeah. All right, man. I got to go. It's this computer on 1%. So I appreciate you bringing me on, man, as always.
Hey, Mark, thank you for taking time to step up on the channel, man. I appreciate it. Hopefully this is not the last time, man. You are
Nope,
amazing.
nope.
And it seemed like you got some family over there. Where can people find you, brother?
Oh, Half Breed Observer. That is my brand new YouTube channel that deals with everything politics. If you want to go into finance, you go check out On Culture Currency. But support the Half Breed Observer because I'm really trying to grow that. I'm only got 250 subscribers so far. So check out my content, see if you like it. It's satirical humor, so sarcastic, shit like that. All right,
You are the man, brother. Nice to see you, man. And
Likewise.
much blessings to you and your family, man.
Take care. Bye.
All right, peace, bro. Yeah, that was my guy. That's Mark right there, Half Breed Observer. And we got here now. I got some people. Listen, this is Susie, ladies and gentlemen. Susie represents America, and her husband is Chris. Her husband is Chris, who is the man. This brother is cool as a fan. All right, and he actually looked like one of the gentlemen who played for ZZ Top. If you see him, you'll think that he played for ZZ Top. He's awesome. Hey, Susie, welcome. How you doing? Hold on one second. Let me fix this right quick. I forgot I muted the people when they first came up. So how you doing today, young lady?
Doing real good. What I wanted to talk about, and tried to say it in the super chat, and it showed the super chat, but it didn't show the chat itself, my
Okay.
message. So, what I like Vivek, by the way. I think he's a great guy. I like a lot of what he has to say. Um, the only thing I don't like about what he said was making the voting age 25. I don't think that's right. If you have to register for selective service, then you should be able to have all the privileges of any adult, including
Absolutely.
drinking and voting. There should
I
not be
agree.
an age limit on that. But the other thing is that no matter what party you are, if you don't like the candidate that your party chose, okay, so you don't, if you're a Democrat and you don't like Biden, you don't want to vote for Biden, and RFK is not on the ballot, write him in. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. That has to be spelled out. Same way with a Republican. If you don't like who's being nominated, if Trump is not nominated and you really want to see Trump back in office, Donald J. Trump Sr., make sure you write it in. And you have to write it correctly or it's not counted. You can't say Donald J. Trump because there's two. There's a junior and a senior. You have to state the senior.
So you got to write the whole name in
Yes.
order to write somebody in?
Yes.
What if you don't put a period behind the
Well,
J, the Donald
okay.
J.
You
Trump?
could you could just put Donald Trump Sr.
Okay.
or Robert Kennedy Jr. But the
Okay.
thing with Robert Kennedy is that there are a lot of Kennedys. So you'd want to make sure and put the RF. You'd want to put that F in there.
Okay. All right.
I mean,
Now,
it's picky. And if people start writing in a whole bunch of stuff, they're going to be picky about what they consider a correct write-in. Well, we don't know who that is. Bull.
okay.
But I mean,
Now, so before I move on to let you talk, Vivek, from what I'm seeing, people are saying that he did not say that 25 should be the age.
he said that 25 that the voting age should rise up to 25. No one under 25 should be able to vote.
He said that. I never
He
seen
did say
anything.
that. Yes,
Oh
he did.
wow.
I
Okay.
heard him say it. I
Okay.
I don't know who, the Indian Joan. Oh, the Indian Jesus. Love it. You fit the profile. um, yeah, but I did hear a speech where he did say that, and
Okay.
I don't. And if he didn't say it, great. I can say I'm wrong. That's the only thing I don't agree with in everything that I've heard. All of his other topics of conversation have gone right along with the things that we need to see,
Okay.
which is why I do believe he would make a good vice president. I do not think that he is politically ready to
Ready for
be a
president.
president.
Okay.
He's a great guy. I love him. I would support him 100% if he actually got it. But I think that he has a lot to learn, and Donald Trump is the man for him to learn it from. Now,
Okay.
again, I will also speculate, and this is my opinion only. I believe that what's going on in the background that we don't see, and this is just a personal belief, is that Ron DeSantis is going to be Donald's choice for vice president, and I think he'll put Ramaswamy in as either his political advisor, Secretary of State, something like that. But he'll have a place in the presidency,
So
in
you
the
bel
administration.
so you believe all of these indictments and accusations would just wash over and he'll be able to run and
Oh
win?
no, they're going to fight him right up to the day of the vote. They are going to, and after they'll start impeachments as soon as he's elected. They'll start the process all over again. And he's going to fight in court right up to the day of election.
Now, I can already see this happening. You don't think it'll be an effective argument for the other side to put it out there that you're pretty much wasting your vote voting for someone that's going to be not only impeached, but not really, they're not going to be the president for long, even if they do win, because they
He could
have a
serve as
great potential
president
of.
in prison.
I'm sorry?
He could serve as president in prison. But again, because of all the Secret Service and the lifetime support, he'll never go to prison. They can try, but he'll never go to prison.
So poops and giggles. Let's say it comes to voting time, and he's no longer eligible to run. Are you going to vote for Vivek?
No, I'll write in Donald J. Trump.
Okay, so you're not voting for Vivek at all, even if he's not eligible.
The only way I would do that would be if Trump were to come online or on the media and say, do not vote for me, vote for this person. Vote for, Vivek.
Okay.
If Trump were to say that he's not going to push for presidency, then I would vote for Vivek. Because
Okay.
and I wouldn't vote for Ron DeSantis because I'm sorry, I don't want him to leave Florida. He committed 4 years to here. I voted
Yeah.
for him to serve Florida for the next 4 years. He has a job to do here.
I've heard Floridians say that before. Say
Yep.
he's a damn good governor.
He is.
He needs to stay here.
He is. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, I've
I
heard
don't
Floridians
see
say that.
him I don't want to see him out of office until it's time. So I'm done. So we can get the Indian
No,
Jesus.
hold on. No. I
Nice to
guess
look at.
I got one more question to ask you,
Oh,
Susan.
okay.
How's Chris doing?
He's fine. He's in the background. Turn on the light so he can
He's
see you.
black. Oh no, he not. No, he not.
Hell, brother.
Much love to you, Chris.
Back at you.
That's my guy right there, man.
He just said he didn't really have anything to put in on this subject today.
I would love to say something to everybody, but I'm always going to listen to Jesus first.
Absolutely.
Well, much love to y'all, and thank you for pulling up. Y'all always add so much value and humor to the channel. So I appreciate y'all, and thank you so much for all your support
Well,
and
thank
your
you for
position.
letting us in. Appreciate you.
Letting us know you clicked the button and you joined, and you're one of the queens of LFR family. So I appreciate you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, y'all enjoy the rest of your Sunday, okay?
You too. Have a good one.
All right, later. What's going on, Indian Jesus? Hold on one second. One second. No, this is my fault. This is my fault. This is my fault. Hold on one second. All right. What's going on, Indian Jesus?
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you good, my brother. How you doing?
I'm doing well. It's good to see you. Good to see you live.
Likewise, sir. Likewise, man. Thank you for joining the live, man. How's your channel doing? How's your platform and everything going for you?
It's doing pretty well. For those who don't know, I am the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. So I usually do live streams and videos every day, kind of just covering what's going on. But the you talking about Vivek, I was like, oh, this is perfect because
You're a fan of
I've been covering
Vivek?
him. Yeah, I've been covering him pretty closely, and I mean, I was ready to vote for Trump, even though I had been originally like a never Trumper. I was a Bernie bro, and then I got swindled into voting for Hillary. I know. And then it kind of just what you were just asking Susie about, throwing away your vote and things like that.
Right.
Honestly, I think it's the that mentality that made me feel like I had to vote for Hillary in the first place. That if I wasn't going to vote for Hillary, then that's a wasted vote. Or splitting to, and I just got so lost in that now I'm like, okay, unless somebody earns my vote, nobody's getting my vote. And so I haven't voted since then. And I would happily vote for Trump in 24. But honestly, I just think Vivek is a better option. in a
Why?
lot of ways, not in every way, but
Oh, you
I
said
mean,
in a lot of ways. Let's run them down. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's go.
okay. Well, number one, there's no TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. I don't care how amazing your policies are. I don't care how amazing the people around you are, which wasn't really the case for Trump, but I do think if half of the country, if their brains explode the moment they see your face or hear your name, unfortunately, you can't be a strong leader. That's the first and foremost.
But hold on, before you go into number 2, how is it my fault that I don't like you? That someone don't like me. This shouldn't be my fault. Look, if
Not
I
at all.
operate off of good intent, and while I had the job, I did a damn good job. Everything that was supposed to go up went up. Everything that was supposed to go down went down. But you got an attitude when you see my face. That ain't my fault. You need to
No,
tap
it's
into
not.
your emotions and fix
Correct.
something. So that's just how I look at that. Okay, go ahead. Number 2.
And you're absolutely correct. But the fact of the matter is, even if it's their fault for getting all crazy about it, they're still getting all crazy about it. And regardless of the issue, when everybody's emotions are that high and everything is so politicized, then we can't get anything done. And
So you
so
saying the media wins?
facts, yeah, the media definitely
Oh
wins.
man, that sucks.
But I mean, you said something earlier as well about Vivek and how you're waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Yes.
And I totally feel you, man, because
Yes.
he just seems to be 100 on everything.
Yes. He's on
And
point. Every single time you look at him, every single time you hear him speak about something, anything. I don't care what topic it is, he's on point. So
absolutely. And just to clear up the age 25 thing, he was never saying that you have to be 25 or older. He was saying once you are 25, you get that right. But between 18 and 25, if either you do some type of service, so like military or something like that, or you just pass a simple civics test, the same kind of test that they give immigrants. So that's all that you would have to do. And I think that's an amazing idea. I think I mean, this is just my opinion. I'd be down with making the legal age for everything up to 25. Because, I'm a millennial. My generation are perpetually children. So I'd be down moving everything to 25. You can't drive. You can't join the military. You can't get a gun. Nothing until 25. I'm with that. But no, yeah. So Vivek's.
so you're a Democrat.
No.
Wow, you are a Democrat. What's a woman?
Whoa! No, that was very racial here. No, I like to say more that I'm a disaffected liberal.
Okay.
I haven't really associated with the Democrats or the liberals since 2016, and I had because of who Hillary is, I had a strong dislike for her going in, but the media was just so good at making me feel like if Trump gets in office, the world is going to end. And so I was
Yeah.
like, all right, we got to do this. And then so, a little time was going by and I'm like, all right, they said the world's going to end. And
It didn't end yet.
he seems to be doing pretty all right. And I mean, trust me, there's reasons that I didn't vote for him in 2020. I think he's said a lot since then that has made me feel like a second term would be warranted, and then it would be, Trump's revenge and going in and really doing everything that he promised the first time.
So who'd you vote for?
Who am I going to vote for in 24?
No, who did you vote for in 2020?
Nobody. Like I said, nobody earned my vote, and so I don't. A lot of people gave me crap for that, and they were like, well, everybody has to vote. You have to vote. You have to vote. But no, I'm not going with this lesser of two evils thing any longer. That's how we got here. Everybody said, oh, the lesser of two evils, the lesser of two evils, the lesser of two evils. Well, where did that get us? How about we vote for the person who deserves to win?
Amen, bro. I actually got tricked by the social media. I got tricked by the media as well. Yeah, I actually voted for Biden. I voted for Biden.
We all got those votes.
But I will say my vote for Biden was out of extreme ignorance. If you're watching this right now and you're hearing me say I voted for Biden, please don't take that clip of me saying that and run with it. It was from ignorance. I did not like politics, so I ignored politics. I ignored the news. But the one things that I did recognize is when the media was telling me that anything Trump is bad. anything Trump is bad. Not until I started looking into politics with you all on the channel did I realize that, wow, Trump really did his thing as president. How in the hell did I vote for that guy who fallen asleep at the daggone microphone and just going through old folks stuff? I really can't make fun of him for that either, because old is the goal. And a lot of people, feel free to make fun of them yourselves. I might even laugh at some of your jokes. You know what I mean? I call him Hospice Joe on Twitter. The guy is he shouldn't be in office. But at the end of the day, a lot of people that's in Congress shouldn't be in office. A lot of people that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but I don't want to take you off your original point. You said, I'm going to shut up this time. You said there's a lot of things that Vivek is better at than Trump. So I'm listening.
So I mean, aside from the basic TDS, when it comes to how he handles criticism, I think both of them are amazing at it, and they do it very differently. But if you're when Trump gets criticized, he can punch back, and so if you are on the side of Trump, then you're like, oh yeah. But the people who don't like Trump see that and go, oh, he's nasty, which is exactly what I was thinking when I was a never Trumper. Whereas Vivek, like a perfect example is when he was on the Breakfast Club, and that woman was asking him, like, what have you done? What have you done? And he's like, no, I haven't done anything. I'm being real about that. And so I think that, hard to say better in taking criticism, but in terms of how everybody is going to see it. Like, even if you don't like Vivek, when you saw that interview with the Breakfast Club, then you had to be like, all right, I mean, hey, dude did his thing. Yeah. And so when as you get further down that, as we get closer to the election, and the criticisms become more pointed, and people have had time to look through your past, and that shoe might drop.
Yes.
And he does seem like he has the rhetorical skills to be able to manage that and not sound politicky. When the only other person who's been able to do that so far, which has been Trump, and you can't be Trump unless you're Trump.
True. All right. So he's more he has a better attitude. he has better control of his emotions.
Well, yeah. Just thinking about how do the haters see you? The haters hate Trump. Do Vivek really even have haters like that? What do they? How mad are they going to be?
He don't have them yet.
Not yet. I mean, they're definitely going to come, but I definitely but for sure that's the conversation. It's Trump and it's Vivek. I think DeSantis has already burned his bridge down. I don't know what he was doing. I was all about DeSantis before I knew who Vivek was, and that from the moment he launched, just.
Can I say one thing though? My thing is this: somebody else who is just as smooth and just as polished as Vivek, who did not step up and take care of what they promised, was Barack Obama. And a lot of people thought that he was going to do his thing. He didn't. He had a whole bunch of ideas. And he was so sure of himself. He was extremely popular, way more popular than Vivek is. He was a black guy, so you thinking that he's going to pull people from the left, the right, the young, the old. He was young at the time that he ran. So it's like believing the hype can get us in a trick bag. And I don't want that to happen.
Yeah. No, that's a fantastic point. I just wonder if, it kind of was a lot of the establishment saying like, oh, look, we got a black guy. There was a lot of that in that message. And Obama was, he was a career politician as well. Yeah. And Vivek he was a businessman, just like Trump. Right. He's out there getting ish done. And so I think that it's certainly possible. It's certainly possible. I've always said you do not get to the White House by being a nice person. So it's certainly possible that he's making all these promises. But everything that he's saying is not only so reasonable, but seems so practical. And if somebody is just willing to actually be like, yeah, let's do that. It does seem like these things are practical and wouldn't take too much political effort to actually get them done. So you bring up a great point.
Has
I'm hoping that's not the case, but
Well, has Vivek ever gone through anything? Like, because before Trump became the president, he had to go through some things. Like you had women coming to the forefront. Of course, they was paid to say he touched my vagina. He did this, he did that, he did this. He was like, "Psh, you're ugly. I wouldn't touch you." And then that was
That's
another
right.
thing. Like, why should you be demonized for being honest? He said, "You're ugly. I'm not going to touch you like that. I don't even
people
want
don't
you."
like honesty. People hate honesty. Oof.
So, do you think that Vivek could get through a scandal just as smooth as Trump did and still be able to handle his business without an issue?
Short answer, no. I think if Trump and Vivek were the same crime, same and everything, Trump is going to slide, and Vivek might be able to weasel out of it a little bit, but Trump, he's just on another level with that. I think, but that kind of ties back into my first point about the TDS. I just wish that wasn't a thing. I wish all these crazy people, of which I was one, could just take a step back and realize,
Take a
all
step
right,
back.
he's not a good guy. He's not a nice guy. You probably wouldn't even want him in your home. But Trump is the best leader that we've had in a long, long time.
Why you say he's not a good guy and you wouldn't want him in your home? Or you did that's an
I'm just
example.
saying, I don't
For
know.
sake
I
of
don't know him.
example. For sake of example.
Yeah.
I
Like
got you.
I don't know him like that. I'm not riding for him like that. I'm just saying we need a leader, and the man led.
He led. He's a leader, and I like that. Thank you, Indian Jesus, man. How can people find you, big dog?
Thank you so much for having me up to chat. Yeah, you can check me out. I am at the Indian Jesus Official on YouTube, and at Indian Jesus Off, like official on socials. And I go live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and drop new videos every single day. I'm actually doing a special show interview. I don't really know, with Peter Boghossian on
Okay.
Tuesday,
That's
1
big,
p.m.
man.
Eastern. I'm hoping that's gonna be my blow up. I think. I hope. But
I listen, I'm gonna tell you one thing, man. I love your energy. You're extremely intelligent, very charismatic. And I pray nothing but big success for you, brother.
thank you, man. I really appreciate it. I gotta hit you up about this EveMu or EvMux. I was playing around with this thing, but I'm gonna hit you on the
Oh
other
yeah,
side
oh
to
yeah. Well, it's no different from what you use, but we'll talk. Hit me up on IG or email me, van.hall@lfrfamily.com, and we'll wrap.
Will do. Thank you so much,
All
and
right, my brother.
LFR family, love you guys.
All right, peace, brother. Enjoy your weekend.
You
What's going on, K Woo? Okay, I'm doing the same thing I did the other times. I just keep people on mute and oh, now he's not on mute. You're actually not on mute. I just can't hear you.
I just
What's
took
up,
it
brother?
off.
Okay, how you doing,
I
man?
can't call it another beautiful day.
Yes, sir. Now, did you hear the conversation?
I heard a little bit of. I just got home from work, but I'm glad you touched bases on the thumbnail before you started taking questions. I did rewind it a little bit and check that out. And my phone's on a hell of a delay. I mean, so hopefully I can keep up.
It's all good, man. Just tell me what's on your chest today. What you got on your mind? Because we're talking
Uh,
about Vivek, obviously, and he could be the next president.
Vivek,
Yeah.
Vivek impressed me a lot. He has the right answers to all the questions, but it's always like, is it that snake in the grass? I don't know. He talks very well. Uh, you want to believe in him, but I've been let down before.
Yeah, it's like purchasing. It's like purchasing an item, like a high price item, and you already know the salesman is not going to tell you anything wrong at all. He's going to have a positive answer for everything to make sure that
Oh yeah, this is the best stereo this year. You know what I mean? These speakers are gonna rock your car, and you
yeah.
know, I bought a bunch of them Wolf tickets. So
Exactly. And that's what it seemed like. That's honestly, and again, guys, I don't want to hate on Vivek for being so polished and being so smooth and being so accomplished. But at the end of the day, man, it's like something. It's just something. It's something. But I think that he has to earn that spot in order to be the and it's weird for me to say that Trump is ahead of Vivek, but Vivek is showing me some positive things, man. He really is, and not even about It's certain things that you can lie about, but accomplishments like being valedictorian and being able to come up with your
And
own drugs to
pharmaceuticals
help
and all
save
that.
people. Yeah, you
Yeah.
can't make that stuff up. I mean, come on, that's building a team, making sure you're paying all these people, having employees, having businesses. Listen, that's big, and people. I'm not going to discount that. I want to be a big businessman someday, but I just don't have the certain things yet. You know what I mean? But yeah, but back to you though. It's your show for however long you want to talk.
No, totally. I ain't gonna take up too much time, but like, it's just like it's one of them too good to be trues. It's like, oh man, this guy is right, but ah,
Yeah.
I bought snake oil before. It's and don't get me wrong, Trump ain't the greatest man alive. He did help our country out a lot.
Right.
Uh, and I would love to see him and Vic run together, or at least not beat each other up in the debates. But we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, I would love to see them debate too. But Trump, someone asked him, will he debate Vivek? I forgot his answer. I don't think it was in the affirmative though. But obviously Trump ain't scared of nobody. Trump can get on a
Yeah,
daggone, he can get on the stage in front of thousands of people at a moment's notice and talk for 3 hours straight. Like it ain't nothing. So that right there takes up, and then when you hear that, you're like, that ain't nothing. But then you think about his age. The dude is up there in age, but he's very
yeah.
locked in like it ain't nothing. And then he's from
At least he's coherent.
he's coherent, he got his own money, his own successes, and he has no vices other than women, but he has no
Yeah,
vices.
well, some of us have that problem too, but you can't argue the fact that he brung our country up tremendously, and
Right.
we were actually doing good. People had more money in their pocket. People were doing better. And right
Right.
now, I hate going to the grocery store.
Yeah, man, me too. Just oh my god, 2 bags and I didn't spend $180. Like, how in the hell did I do that? It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But hey, you're absolutely right though, man. But do you believe that Trump has do you think he'll have a chance at actually running? And if he is nominated president, that he won't be impeached and can actually perform his duties as president?
Honestly, that's the problem. He has all the qualifications, and it's just that we have a certain group of people that are just like, no, no, bad, orange man, bad. I mean, I ain't really been into politics. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Me neither.
And when people start saying, "Oh, he's racist, this, that, and the other," and I'm like, "Well, shit. 10 years ago, all I heard about people in rap song, I want to be Trump, da da da, dollars like Trump, blah blah blah," and everybody loved Trump. I've seen pictures with him with numerous people,
Right.
and now everybody's like, "Oh no, no, he's wrong." My little niece, she don't know nothing about politics. Oh, he's racist. That's what that racist. He just bought you ice cream because he gave me that stimulus money. You
Well,
know, so
guess what I say when people bring that up. When people say, and feel free to, if anybody want to jump on here and tell me how ignorant I am for saying this, feel free. I don't care. When people say that he's racist, or they say that anybody's racist, I'm like, and okay, okay, and do you think that the last 44 presidents were all just smooth and squeaky clean? I mean, if that's what you're saying, then I mean, I don't agree with you,
yeah,
but everybody got a job to do, and what I mean, we just gonna make sure the right guy get in there. But we do know this: when he got in office, how in the hell did this racist ass president do more for black people than the actual first black president that had 2 terms and then do sugar honey iced tea?
how about that? Like the First Step Act,
Yeah.
decriminalizing marijuana, getting people out.
Come on, bruh.
Uh,
Come
it
on,
doesn't
man.
make sense. I don't see how people can, see that, especially when you have our current president talking about he didn't want his kids going to a racial jungle, how he and
Exactly.
the crack bill and all this, that,
Exactly.
and the other. But oh, you know, I would. I mean, if he could complete a sentence, I'd be happy. I would try to listen to him, but I just find it hard to follow him.
That brother
Uh,
said poor people, poor kids could be just as bright
just
and
as
just as
smart as
smart as
white
white
kids.
kids.
Yeah,
But that's the guy that I
man.
daggone voted for, man. When I get an opportunity, I'm gonna kick myself in the butt because
Yo,
I just every time I
man,
think
but
about that.
no, you know what? I watched you for a while, and I remember you would be totally ignorant to the right, and you started doing your own homework. Like, hold on, wait, this makes sense. This ain't right. This ain't how I was raised. And then you start doing your own homework. It's like, well, damn, it makes too much sense to not, comprehend
It
it.
does. It does.
Yeah.
But you have a big part of this our country. No matter what type of information they get, they're still gonna hold
They're,
strong to whatever ignorance they want to hold to. Like I don't care,
like
whatever.
I said the first time I talked to you, the blind eye. They
The
take the
blind
blind
eye.
eye to it.
Yep.
Yep.
You're absolutely right, brother. Hey, man, thank you so much for pulling up as you usually do. I appreciate you, man. You one of the good ones on the family, and you definitely add value to the videos. So thank you so much, man.
No, I doubt that. I mean, I just appreciate. Give me something to do.
Hey, man, you enjoy the rest of your Sunday, okay?
You too, brother. Love you.
All right, peace, love you. All right, who we got here? Who we got here? We got a young brother. Is that a microphone?
It is a microphone. I can move this out of the frame
No,
a
no,
little
no.
bit.
Keep it in the frame. That joint is slick.
Yeah, it's a little blue snowball. It's called.
That joint is slick. I might get next time. See, don't hate on me next time you look at the video and I got a blue snowball I'm talking it to. Be like, wow, gracious. I probably even have a little bit more bass in my voice talking on the blue snowball. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well, and yourself?
I'm doing great. Were you listening to to how long were you listening to the live stream?
I've been on here for about the past hour or so.
All right. So what's on your heart? What's on your chest?
Well, I figured I'd follow through on my offer and hop on. I am a liberal. I voted for, well, first I voted third party back in 2016, voted for Gary
Okay.
Johnson.
Okay.
Started paying attention to politics roughly a year before that, and this last year voted Pete Buttigieg in the primary and voted for Biden in the general election. So I just felt like hopping on, offering my perspective on.
I would love to hear your perspective. Now, have I said anything that made you be like, hold up, I need to school this brother?
Perhaps we could start on Trump's accomplishments. I'm curious about that. A lot of his supporters, try to suggest that he did a whole lot, and legislatively, I'm just not convinced of it.
You're not convinced of it?
No, I mean his biggest accomplishment was sort of the big tax cuts, and that primarily benefited people who were already wealthy or large corporations. Not to say that most people didn't see some sort of tax cut at the end of the season, but
Did you happen to see? And you're liberal, so you might not have. I did some videos, right, where
Mhm.
you have people talking on the street. And you're asking people on the streets different questions, and you asking. There's one guy who was asking black people out, and I guess it was Miami or something like that
Mhm.
about Trump, and it was like, "Who are you going to vote for?" No. How do you feel about the current president? It was like, man, F Biden. We want Trump back. I ain't even vote for him. I thought he was racist, but he did way more for us. We had
Mhm.
more money in our pockets. We got more tax breaks. So it wasn't only the rich
Mhm.
that were positively affected by those tax breaks. And then when it came to HBCUs, he actually gave more money back to
Mhm.
HBCUs than President Barack Obama did when he was the president for 2 terms. And that was huge when I heard about that.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, that was
and
a bipartisan bill.
I
I
mean,
think
it
that
was
was a
it was definitely a
pretty
bipartisan
good
bill,
tax cut.
but it was who was at the helm of it? Who was at the
Mhm.
helm of it?
Well, I'm curious right now who would vote against more funding for HBCUs. Do you think that would be the Democrats or the Republicans? Like if another bill came forward to do the same, who would vote
Um,
against it?
honestly,
It's more
if
government spending, right? Like,
if I had to look at the track record, I would actually say Trump would. I mean, I would say that I would say that conservatives would vote for it
mhm,
because
right.
it seems like the only time Democrats want to give minorities anything is as a form of bribery for whatever agenda they have at
Don't
the
believe
moment.
that for a second.
Explain. Go ahead and break it down to me. I'm listening. I'm all
Well, I
ears.
mean, so the last time that money was given, right, at least en masse, was during the COVID pandemic. And first, I mean, that started underneath Trump, right? There was stimulus package that sent checks out to people under Trump, but then, that same sort of thing happened under Democratic pressure. And I think that, when that happened, it was because people were struggling, right? People had lost jobs, businesses had, gone out of business, and so people needed help. And I don't think that's necessarily trying to buy votes. I think if it helps people, then that's something that probably earns people or their vote. But
Okay.
I mean, people are struggling and often need help in the
Okay.
U.S.
All right. Now, people are struggling and often need help. Do you know why? As a matter of fact, I will ask you this. When it comes to um, um, the worst cities or states in the country when it comes to crime, would
Right.
those happen to be conservative states or liberal states?
I mean, I think if you look at the top 10 most violent states, 8 of them are Republican
Which
across the
are?
governorship and Senate. We can look that up real quick.
No, no, no. You said that, and I thought that you will actually have that on your mind at the time. No Googling.
Well, no,
I'm
no,
not doing any
but
Googling.
I,
I'm
I'm just saying, like, we can look up what those
okay.
states are.
Okay.
It's not like, yeah, so excluding DC, which is number
Mm-hmm.
one,
Mm-hmm.
mentioned that. We've got Alaska with
That's where I live.
837 per 100,000, New Mexico, Tennessee, Arkansas, Arizona, Louisiana, Missouri, South Carolina, South Dakota, and Michigan.
And what's
So,
happening in those states?
I mean, Alaska's pretty conservative. Tennessee,
No, no, no. I'm
Arkansas.
saying what's happening in those states that made them dangerous.
I, are you looking for like a single common denominator? I'm
Yes,
not sure.
absolutely. Because I know why DC is there. I know why DC is there, but I want to know why those other states are. I don't know anything about Alaska. You having a great opportunity to not only school me, but to school the rest of the channel who are mostly conservative.
Well, like I said, I don't think that there's necessarily one specific factor that's causing all of them to be violent. There's going to be different contributing factors in various states. I mean, Alaska is kind of an outlier. It's also an outlier in like sexual crimes.
Okay.
They're like far and away worse than the rest. And I think it's just because probably one, like the lack of sunlight, but also just people who live in places like Alaska are people who
Hmm.
want to get away from other people. So
Okay.
they're probably, somewhat antisocial.
So are we assuming their crime or are we assuming their, I mean, what did you Google exactly, if you don't mind me asking?
Just states ranked by violent crime rate.
By violent crime rate, what are the violent crimes?
That's going to be like robbery, physical assault, battery, sexual assault.
And you saying it's the white people?
No, I'm not necessarily saying it's the white people. I'm saying that it's a talking point that the Democrat places in the country are the most violent, and I just don't think that trend necessarily holds.
Well, whenever you look on the news and you see that another murder has occurred, did that come from a red state or a blue state?
Well, if it's covered, it's usually a mass murder, and that tends to happen in more populated areas.
No, 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 no. Hold on. Now to see, and that's what state are you in?
I'm in Colorado.
What news channels do you what channels do you get your media from?
I wouldn't say that I watch TV. I usually get most of my stuff from like the AP, Reuters.
AP
Um,
Reuters. Okay, so when you go on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and you hear about someone being murdered, what states do it usually come from?
I hear from all different states. I mean, there's like, I mean, again, we can look up just what pops up on a
No, no,
search,
no.
but
I'm not talking
I
about
mean,
the
there's been
Google.
shootings in
No,
Texas. There's
hold,
been shootings in Michigan.
hold.
There's shootings all over the place.
Okay, in Texas. In Texas, let's start at Texas. In Texas, where are the shootings taking place? Are they in the Democratic run cities, or because we're in the state, we're in a huge state right now. So we're talking about the cities where there are mayors. All right, we're no longer talking about the governors. We're talking about the mayors now. What cities are these crimes taking place?
Yeah, I think it happens in most cities, but I mean, most cities tend to be run by Democrats.
Okay, and so, but you're saying it's a conservative state. It's a conservative state, but the crime is coming from Democratic cities in the conservative state.
Sure. I mean, part of that's just, the sample size, right? If you're going to have more people in an area, then if things happen at the same rate, you're going to hear about it coming from that city a whole lot more.
Have you ever lived in a highly populated city?
Yeah, currently do.
What in the highly populated city you lived in, was it high crime?
Yeah, they tend to be higher crime. Yes.
And was it a Democrat run city?
One of them was, yeah.
Okay, how many cities have you lived in? Here's one thing. When I ask you these questions, I'm not asking you these questions from the point of view of you're Googling. I'm asking you these questions from your point of view of your living, your understanding.
Yeah.
If you only get your news from one place, obviously that news is going to be leaning in this direction. Whereas your own experiences as well. When I ask you these questions, I would like to hear your answers from your own personal experiences, because obviously you chose to take a stance on this side for a reason.
Yeah.
I want to know why you took the stance for that reason. Me, Van Hall Sr., I grew up in DC. And then when I got my own family, we moved them to Maryland because Maryland was a little safer, but both of them was Democrat run. And the reason why we moved them is because of crime. All right. And whenever we go to eat somewhere, we like to go somewhere where it's not a whole bunch of crime. All right. And most times, unfortunately, it's in red areas that we go to for there not to be as much crime. But then when we come back home to a blue area because that's where we grew up. That's where most of our family is. So this is me speaking on that. And then when I start talking about the politics, my politics and how I vote and my ideologies and all that other stuff is because of not only what the politicians stand for or their voting record or the job that they've done, but my own personal experiences in my 45 years here on earth. Now, you are a young man. I don't know, how old are you?
I'm 27.
You're 27?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you get your ideology from something. Something is near and dear to you. So, I guess you have friendships that feel ostracized or attacked by certain sides or not supported by certain sides. So what is it that made you decide to vote the way that you're voting?
Yeah, so I'll start first with where I've been. So I grew up first in a little rural town up in northeast Wyoming.
Okay.
It's a little coal community. I had family that worked there, and could have worked for my dad and then took over his business working with the coal mines. So
Okay.
that's where I came from. Then went down to Arizona. That's where I went to university. I lived in Mesa, Arizona.
Shout out to your dad, by the way. You said he has his own business and you worked for him.
Yeah, I worked for him for a couple of years, but it's just not an industry that's really got a long future.
Okay.
And it wasn't also work that I found very interesting.
Okay.
But so I went to Arizona, got my bachelor's in engineering,
Okay.
electrical systems.
Shout out
my
to you,
master's
big
in solar
dog.
energy.
Yeah, shout out to
Appreciate
you,
it.
man. Yeah. That's a hard degree to get. But go ahead.
Yeah. No, well, it's fun work too. So,
Okay.
hey, work hard, play hard.
I got you, brother. I
But
got you.
uh, went to California for a summer where I met my girlfriend. We've been together 5 years, but she's black, and so I've spent a good amount of time, with her family.
Now we talking. Now we get into
Um,
it. Go ahead.
but since then, we moved to Colorado,
Uh
where I've
huh.
been working for past 3.5 years or so, and she
Okay.
got her biology degree, and so.
Shout out to
Um,
her.
but like I said, I started paying attention to
Uh
politics
huh.
uh, sort of in like 2015. I was pretty pro Bernie at the time,
Uh huh.
and
Why were
very
you pro
anti
Bernie?
Hillary. Hmm?
Why were you
Oh,
pro Bernie?
he just, I feel like he's pretty on point in terms of like end solutions for
Okay.
things. Things like his Medicare for All plan seems pretty in line with what a lot of other countries have done in order to reduce their own healthcare costs.
Mm-hmm. Now, when it
And
came, go
oh,
ahead.
go ahead.
No, no, no. When it came to Bernie, the one thing that I didn't like about Bernie is that he was offering a bunch of free stuff to people to vote for him. Free healthcare, free college, free this, free that. And I'm like, where's the money going to come from? Could you
I,
explain that part?
I mean, I think that a lot of that was explained pretty well by him.
No, no,
Like if
I
you
want
looked
you to
into
explain it as a person that was
right,
that was voting
I
for
mean,
him.
there uh, in a lot of ways, our corporate tax rate has not, been in line with the way that most common people pay taxes. Right, we're paying roughly 36 to 40% of our income in taxes, and I believe that most people should be seeing either less taxes out of their check in general, or should be getting more out of that. So in this case, we're spending a ton on, say, like our military, and if we redirected some of that funds towards healthcare, I think that with a centralized system, we'd be able to save money in terms of how much we pay into the healthcare system overall, but make sure that everyone gets covered, and that prevents people from putting off care, which becomes more expensive for all of us as well.
Okay.
Um,
So you
so
believe we should give the military less money so that that money can go in our pockets?
I think that the military is one of the most wasteful parts of our government, and also has one of the biggest overall budgets. So
Mm-hmm.
I think that, yeah, if the money either wasn't going there or was being redirected in a way that benefits most civilians, I think that would be a wiser use of our tax dollars.
Okay. All
I
right.
also believe that getting rid of loopholes and perhaps increasing the marginal tax rate on individuals making the most in the U.S. would be really beneficial. We've got insane income disparities in the U.S., and I don't see any urgency to deal with that on the other side of the aisle.
Okay. All right. So Bernie, we're voting for Bernie in 2024, right?
Mhm. And then he obviously didn't win the primary. And honestly, at the time, I just really disliked Hillary. I mean, part of it came down to how her and insiders, sort of operated to get Hillary elected as opposed to Bernie, right? But I think in hindsight, that's kind of normal politicking with insiders, especially when you have a candidate who normally is independent, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's an independent in the Senate and then runs as a Democrat.
Okay.
Um, or did for the primary until he switched back after he lost. So he was an outsider, and in hindsight, that makes sense that Hillary was trying to work with other insiders to get elected over him. Um, but like I said, I was really anti-Hillary at the time. I voted third party because I felt that I couldn't vote for Hillary, but I also couldn't find a compelling reason to vote for Trump either. And honestly, thinking that Trump wasn't going to win anyways, felt really safe to vote third party. But at the time, I was living in Arizona, and Arizona went to Trump by something like 2-3%, and that's about what third party candidates got as well. So that caused me to really look back and reevaluate the value of my vote at that
Okay.
time. And so since then, I've been pretty active supporter of the Democratic Party.
Okay, and okay, sounds good. So, so your girlfriend of how many years?
5 years.
5 years is black.
Mhm.
Your father, you're from a red state.
Mhm.
Your father has his own business, but it's not really a business that you see yourself doing for the rest of your life. So you got an engineering degree.
Right. Well, I was pursuing the engineering degree anyways.
Right.
But yeah, he had a job within the coal industry, and I just don't see much of a future there
Okay.
in general. But I also wanted to be part of the solution as opposed to the problem.
All right. So part of the solution. What's a woman?
I feel like we can talk about like females and males within the sexual context, but then in terms of gender, I mean, that really does come down to how people socially present themselves. There's a number of different like trans women that I would say look more feminine than a number of biological females that I've met in life.
I didn't
And
say what you feel is a woman, and I didn't say what looks like a woman. I said what is a woman.
I think that the category of woman is more or less a social construct that we've centered around the female features of biological females.
Was it a social construct when you were 15?
Trans people existed. We didn't
No,
talk
I'm
about
talking
it in
about to
that way.
you. To you, what was a woman when you was 15?
A biological woman.
A
Didn't
woman, a
think of
woman was
trans
your
people
mother.
at
A
that
woman
time.
was your aunts. A woman was your teachers. A woman was anyone with titties and a vagina.
Sure, but
No,
trans
no,
women
no.
have titties,
No, no,
and
no, 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 no. No, I'm saying before you started being told what a social construct of a woman is, you had an idea of what a woman was.
right. But
And
I
that
what I'm saying
idea
is
came
that
from hold on,
if
whoa, whoa.
it's okay.
That no, no, no. That idea came from. I'm gonna let you speak. That, and I'm gonna be quiet after that. That idea came from where? When you first, before you found out about the social construct of a woman, where did that idea come from?
The general traits that a woman would present themselves with.
So you didn't. So when you were a little boy,
Mhm.
you thought that a female was only a female because they presented themselves as a female.
I mean, pretty much. I wasn't really checking to see what their genitalia were, right?
Not that you were checking, and none of us like, come on, let me see your vagina. Oh yeah, you a girl. Nah, nobody did
Well,
that.
but that's kind of like where the conversation's centered around, right?
No, it's not actually. It really isn't. It really isn't. It's about training. It's about over the years being coerced to believe something different than you were raised to believe. It's something completely opposite of what God has taught us ever since we were born from Him. So what the Bible says, nobody will look in any type of Bible or any type of spiritual book that's from centuries ago and see anything about a social construct. So this right here is training. This right here is indoctrination. So when I ask you this question, I'm not trying to change your mind. You can think whatever you want to think. Reason why I tapped into when you were 15 years old is because social construct was not a thing then.
Well, I think it still was a social construct, right? Like if someone, let me put it this way. So, in the past, say, 50 or so years, we've developed a whole lot of technology that's allowed people to be able to present themselves more convincingly as one gender or another, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are trans men who look very masculine, and there are trans women who look incredibly feminine. Again, people who I would look at and say, you look more feminine than a number of biological females that I know, right? And so when I'm saying that back then it was still like a social construct, it's what I'm saying is that if 14, 15-year-old me had seen many trans women as they present themselves today, I would initially think that is a woman, right? Because of the way that they present themselves.
But if you're told by a man or if you're told by an actual woman, yo, I know you're 14 and you think that's a woman, but they ain't no woman. That's a man presenting himself as a woman. And you be like, okay. And when you say okay, you're agreeing that there's a difference between someone presenting themselves as a woman and someone actually being a woman. Presentation could be any daggone thing. I'm talking about what actually is. That's why when I asked you what is a woman, I didn't ask you what
But
is
what
a
is the thing
I,
that actually is to you? Because you said it wasn't genitalia. So what's the defining characteristic there?
someone born as a female
Okay.
is a woman when they become an adult.
Okay, but again, like
Someone born
if I
as a
can't really
boy
tell the difference between them,
is
if,
it's
like
not about what
that's
you oh, but here's the thing. You can tell because you're extremely intelligent. You can tell. It's just you accepted the indoctrination. You accepted the new way of thinking. You accepted the social construct way of thinking. And because of your party affiliation that highly supports and pushes a certain agenda and narrative, you refuse to talk about what you know to be.
no, I'm here talking about it, and
No, no.
uh,
Well, what?
what I
Okay,
accepted is that I value people being able to live out their life as they desire more
me too.
so than upholding specific gender constructs that are based on the biological sex you're born with.
Okay, me too. I would tell you that. Me too. I am. I am. I love people just for being people. If you are a man and you are living in your womanness, your womanhood, your made up presentation of womanhood, and you want me to play along, then it's up to me to play along. But it does not settle the fact that you are what you are presenting yourself to be. It's me that's deciding to play along. And anyone else that decides to play along, I wouldn't fault them either. Like, I want everyone to be happy. But when it comes to, when it starts to become law and people are forced to address someone as something that they are not, now we have enough. It's now my choice to be able to buy into that. And if I don't buy into it, that don't make me a bad guy, and I shouldn't be canceled for it. But if you buy into it, that's your business.
Sure. So I don't necessarily know where I stand in terms of like what kind of ramifications should exist if you say to a transgender woman, "You are a man," right? But I feel like so much of the conversation is just skipping over the humanity of the person who is identifying as trans, right? Like these are people who, like, for example, with bathrooms, if you had a transgender woman forced to go into a man's bathroom, that is where they are more likely to experience assault than they are to ever assault someone if they were to use the bathroom of the gender that they identify with, right? There's this like implicit association between trans people and being pedophiles. I think that's kind of disgusting and is a distraction away from where we should be talking, which is how are we going to integrate these people that exist within society?
We shouldn't. We shouldn't. When it comes to bathrooms, there should be a trans bathroom.
Or
When
a
it comes
gender
to
neutral bathroom.
when
Yeah,
it
I
comes
think that's a fair compromise.
no, not neutral. Neutral is integration. Trans is trans bathroom. Like
But
that's
who would
that's a
be
difference.
using? I mean,
I mean,
you
okay,
can do a trans bathroom, I suppose.
but that would make more sense just to do a trans bathroom. Everyone, if you're trans,
Sure.
go in this bathroom.
I
If
don't.
you're, I mean, rather than it being neutral, because
Mhm.
okay, anybody who is different is going to be made fun of or harassed in some way, shape, or form by someone with the mentality of a child who just don't respect someone else's space. Let's put that there. Okay. So if somebody come into my bathroom and I consider myself mature, but if
Mhm.
you are a woman and you come into the bathroom and you lift up your skirt and you stand beside me at a urinal and then a big old dingaling flips out of your skirt, then guess what? I'm gonna have something to say with my wife and be like, babe, a woman just now walked into the, well, I thought it was a woman, walked into the bathroom, stood by me at the urinal, and a ding-a-ling came out. Ain't that something?
That's a super uncomfortable position for them, right? And it
I
makes
mean,
them
for
become a
them,
talking
it's an
point,
uncomfortable position.
right?
For me, it's uncomfortable for me too. I mean,
Sure,
because
sure, both.
you're
And
only
that's like
assuming
why we're trying to
they
find
should
more
have a
inclusion.
trans bathroom.
Sure,
Just
but like,
just
we're
like with
not going to be able
sports.
to retrofit like every building with an additional bathroom. I mean,
Well, here's the thing though, young man. Here's the thing. Have you looked at the rates of individuals who have become trans over the years, like the amount of people? And I get it, some people will say, no, they always been there, they just haven't come out the closet, they were scared, they didn't say that they was trans, so you didn't think they was there, they was always there. Bull sugar honey iced tea, bruh. It's bull sugar honey iced tea. That's what it is. It's a fad, and it's being fed across the nation as the next big thing to do. And it's accepted. And while it's being accepted, it's so many people that's doing it now that it's getting louder and louder and louder. So yeah, you need more retrofit. You need somebody to say, well, yo, rather us having a neutral bathroom, I think they need to have their own bathroom. Rather than men saying that they are women and playing in women's sports and beating the hell out of young women who have been working their lives off, busting their asses to be the best athletes in the world amongst other women. Now they got to compete against men, but they are taking all these medications. They are a woman now. They don't have the same blah, 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 blah. Just have trans sports. If you're trans, go up against other trans. And they, listen, it's not that if this is what the trans community want, they created this space, so create your own space. You created this social construct stuff, so create your own social construct stuff. Don't confuse everybody else. Just do you.
I think they're largely trying to do them.
They're not. They're trying to be a woman and compete against women, whooping their tails, and they are still men.
I think that trans individuals in sports is maybe a bit more nuanced of a conversation, right? Because this is where those physical differences that may still lie from their time as a biological man or woman, right? Where there's still significant residual effects from that. I think that.
You got any kids?
No, we don't have kids.
I raised 4.
Mhm.
My youngest is 18, my oldest is 26. If any of my kids, my boys, let's just say boys, when they were underage and a woman walks into the male bathroom, you don't think that will psychologically affect my boys?
Sure.
So why don't anybody care about that?
I think that we're trying to create different zones where these people can exist within society.
Okay,
right?
but how does that tell my boys that the woman you saw walk into the bathroom belongs here and you should not feel some type of way when you see them?
I think that there's a conversation to be had about having an individual space for them to be.
Yes, like a
I don't think
trans
that's
bathroom.
sure, something like that. But how
Yeah.
are Republicans opposing trans bathroom bills, or are
No,
they
no, no.
proposing
I
them?
think no. I don't know what Republicans want. I don't speak for all
Well,
Republicans.
I'm just saying, because this conversation is centered around like who we vote for and the values that we have. So if that's a space that you want to happen, I mean, we got to look at who's proposing those sort of things and where that funding is going to come from.
Well,
A lot of private companies don't have a ton of money to blow out a wall and add a trans bathroom.
The
right?
funding should come from the people who will benefit from it. If the trans community need a trans bathroom or need a trans sport, then the LGBTQAI plus community should pay for it.
They're a very large minority in society. We're
Um,
talking
the-
about an absolute ton of individuals. And so if you want them to fund it, I mean, that's such insane taxation that you're suggesting on a small portion of the population. That's not how we handle anything else, right?
Okay, I have a question for you.
Disabled people don't pay for disability. Everyone
Disabled people. Are
serves.
you comparing disabled people with trans
No, I'm
community?
comparing the social or the monetary value of what we pay for one group of people and that cost for another group of people. So
But it's not the same. So I
I'm
mean,
not saying they're the same
it's. I
thing.
mean, I'm just saying for the sake of argument, just comparing the two is not the same, in my opinion. But I mean, but for you, if that's how you look at it, then I can't tell you how to look at it.
Like I said, I'm just talking about because you said that it should be paid for by the people that benefit from it, and that's just
Yes.
largely not how we handle the taxation for a lot of different things, specifically welfare, uh, uh, or yes, specifically money that comes from welfare in some sort, right?
Um,
Like
I'm not sure. I
like
honestly
things
I
that
don't
are
understand
public
the question.
services, things like a road is generally benefited, or most people benefit from that public service, right? But there are specific things that we do to help groups of people, things like funding for HBCUs that was paid
Mhm.
for by everyone, not just the people who are benefiting from it, right? So it's like a weird exception to say that only LGBT people should pay for the addition of trans bathrooms if this is also an incentive that you, a straight man, also want, right? Is to have a space specifically for people like that.
No, I don't want a space specifically for trans. I can care
Well, you
less
don't
about.
want them in the locker room, right?
No, I can care less if they're in the locker room. I can care less if they're in their own bathrooms. I just if you are going to get loud and you want your own space, then create your own space. If there are individuals who feel like they are being their children are in jeopardy or something like that because of the integration, then that's a bigger argument. I'm saying, as I'm proposing that to shut that argument up, the trans community should have their own bathrooms.
Mhm.
And it seems like the people who are making the most noise are the trans community. So if the trans community are making the most noise, then they should take care of that, pay for it. And if they can't pay for it, then they should go to their local government and see if they can help them out with this so that we can have that happy medium that we can fix the issue that we're dealing with at the moment.
So fix the issue by getting trans bathrooms and things,
Yes.
but handle it on the local level.
Yeah, absolutely. Most people don't. I mean, and honestly, especially from the areas where I'm from, most
Mhm.
people don't vote locally anyway. I mean, they
Mhm.
don't vote. They just vote for the big joints. They don't
Mhm.
vote for any small. I mean, I don't know what the hell I'm saying. Small government. They vote
Mhm.
only big government, and then they never pay. They never make sure that anybody's doing their job properly or any of that.
I
So
I definitely agree that
yeah,
people should, key into what their local politicians are doing.
all I'm saying is, and I hope I'm not I'm disrespecting any community out there because that's not my intent. What I'm basically saying is, from where I sit and from where I've been seeing from the social media platforms that I lock into, and I try not to stay within my echo chamber or anything like that. People who are saying the same thing, like, yeah, here's another conservative point, put that out there and tell them this and tell them that. That's BS to me. I didn't get to this age and raise the children I raised by being in a bubble. All right.
It feels like a
But
bubble, if I've got to be honest.
huh?
It really feels like a bubble, if I can be honest.
Oh,
Like when
listen.
I was messaging, I think it was probably like a week or so ago, right?
Uh-huh.
But I'd love to watch like a video with you or something. I shared on the Discord the Gavin Newsom Sean Hannity interview. I thought that would
Gavin
be
Newsom.
a really interesting something that we could watch together. Doesn't have to be today, but
Hey,
maybe another
listen.
time.
I think that'll be amazing. The next time, hopefully, and I know you're probably not subscribed to me. If you are, thank you so much for your support, and hopefully you hit that notification bell so that next time I go live, pull up. Be one of the first people to pull up. I'm talking about within the first hour. We in hour 3 right now. And you're taking up everybody's daggone time. But brother, I want to say, listen, I don't give a damn how you vote. I want you and your future wife, if y'all decide to get married or anything like that, or whoever you're in love with, I want y'all to know that I love you and I am a man of God. And I just want everybody to be okay. I care less if everybody's happy. That's la la land. That's made up. That right there is just like the whole social construct thing. That's made up too. Happiness. What's the point of that? Yeah, we are here to make sure that everybody can live together, can keep on growing together, can move this nation forward together. That's all I care about, man. And the fact that you joined me to sit down and talk to me one on one, I really appreciate that.
Yeah, no, I had a good time on here, so I'll be sure to catch you
Likewise.
next time.
All right, hopefully you do. Listen, don't be lying. I want you to be on here next time.
I will do it as long as it's not one of the weekday streams. I'm always working when you do that.
You got it, man. You have an amazing day. All right.
All right, you as well.
Peace. Hey, what's up, Chris? You pulled up again. Your lady was on here earlier today. What's up?
Well, well,
I don't hear
I wanted
you.
to go somewhere with the whole thing with all the indictments and all the crap that they've done to Trump since the day he come down the escalator and said he was going to be running for Republican president and their heads exploded. Because you remember they loved that guy, dude. Loved him. They fawned all over him. I mean, they gave him a TV show.
They gave who a TV show?
Donald Trump.
Okay, all right.
They
So
used to in the 80s and 90s. They used to fawn all over that guy, man.
Yeah,
Just stuck right up to him because they wanted him to be part of their, multi-billionaire clubs, and he wasn't having it.
Well,
they went after him about the big gold tower in New York. How dare he build something like that gaudy, right in the middle of Manhattan? And you know what I've always thought of that building, brother? Ever since, man. I mean, they went after him like it was kind of comical actually, watching how they just fell all over themselves trying to figure out how they were going to beat this guy. And then Hillary just assumed that people were going to vote for her because she's a Democrat.
well, check this out,
But
Chris.
that's not what happened, brother. And then they went after him and after him and after him. They got 2 impeachments that aren't technically an impeachment.
Okay.
And because it didn't go through the Senate. He was not impeached. There was a move to impeach him. Didn't go through the Senate. So,
well, here's the thing. They actually got something real on him this time.
like what?
Have you read the indictments?
No, I couldn't sit through that, man.
Once you read the indictments, I'll tell you like what. You and I can have a good conversation about them.
Well, I don't base everything that I look at and think about
Off of facts?
No. I tend to have observations. And everything that the Democrats since 2015 have accused Donald Trump and the Republican Party and anybody else they can blame with is exactly what they in fact are doing themselves. Just look at it. Just look at every bit of it with an open mind and just I don't understand. And I've been saying this for a long freaking time, man. I truly don't understand how people just don't see it. I don't get that, brother. I can't, man, because I see things. I've seen things, man, that I hope nobody ever has to see. And I mean that from the bottom of my soul, man. But I'm not a politic guy, never have been. I haven't been allowed to vote most of my life, So
well, as I said, as I used to say to my kids all the time, whenever one of the teachers said something to them or told them that they was talking or told them to give them their phone or something, anything, I couldn't play today in gym because my teacher not being fair. I tell them life is not fair and politics is dirty. And so
Life
what
is
happens on the
dirty.
left and what happens on the right to Trump
Yeah.
um, is it happens on the left, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. The left I voted for Barack Obama both terms. I said he's black.
I
I'm
probably
voting
would
for
have
him.
voted for him the first term.
I said I'm voting for Barack Obama. I'm voting for Barack Obama. All I saw was people talking about Barack Obama ain't this and Barack Obama is this and Barack Obama is people was attacking the hell out of Barack Obama. And guess why? The only reason why I saw that is because all I watched was MSNBC and CNN. Now,
Right.
Fox might have been giving me another perspective, but I never watched them because
Yeah.
MSNBC told me not to watch them. They was like, they are liars over there. This is what Barack Obama. But then they was like, they're talking about this, and then Trump is talking about it, and Hillary was saying bad things, and everybody's attacking. So it don't just happen to Trump.
No, I never said that they don't do that. It's all about. But here's the point. Exactly what you're saying is true. Okay. My point is that well, you remember the thing I said about the circle thingy?
The
How
circle
they,
thingy
how they should all get together and
and circle jerk.
yeah. I mean, come on, man. Think about it. People talk about Trump deranged. What's it called?
Trump direct
Trump
syndrome.
derangement syndrome. It's
Yeah.
not. That's got to be becoming uncomfortable by now. It's making them nuts. They have
They
so
can't
much
beat him.
just hardcore hatred for that man because he totally embarrassed them in 2016.
And so I'm guessing that I already spoke to
Screwed up their
Susie.
plans. Hillary was supposed to become president, and we'd probably be 6 years farther into this crap we're dealing with right now than we are. Because that's how that shit was supposed to go down. Hillary was supposed to become president, and now she is going to be doing the same kind of stupid shit that Barack Obama was doing. I could throw all kinds of stupid things out there, man, like the Iraq thing. I never believed for 1 second there was weapons of mass destruction. That was one thing and one thing only. That was little George trying to go back and fix up what Big George fucked all up.
Okay. All right.
I'm sorry. I told you, man. Sometimes my filter gets shut off.
It's okay, but
But
I
I'm just saying, man, this kind of crap has been going on forever. But what they've been doing to Trump for what last 8 years now going on
Trump is
is
not a victim.
insane.
He I
Oh no, I'm not saying that. And if he done something wrong, lock his
what
ass up.
what you're doing and what other conservatives have been doing, and I have to call y'all out for it. Y'all don't like when people play the victim game, but when it comes to Trump, we are saying that he's the biggest victim in the world.
I never
And they
said
can you did without
when did
saying
I
it.
say that.
You did without saying it, Chris.
He's been a victim of a lot of things.
There's been a lot of people that have been victim of things. I know that for a fact.
Yeah,
I've been
well,
victim of some stupid crap myself.
yeah,
So, but my
Trump
point
is
is,
a
man, is that
billionaire. He's
all of
doing.
everything. Okay,
I have one more person that I have to get on before I tap out. And Lou Valentino just appeared. And cut your mic on, brother.
You can hear me?
I can hear you, man. I can hear you, brother.
My bad, man. I'm rocking the stupid little fro today, but I had to get on here because there was so many good conversations, and that last one was pretty crazy. I can't even lie to you. But yeah, I just wanted to come on and show some love, man.
Much love to you, man. I brought you up here so that you can help me talk to HBR at the crossroads. Him and his wife, I saw them waiting to come up here and speak, and he's here now. And what's up, brother? My bad. I'll be right back to you, Lou. What's going on, HBR? What does HBR mean?
Hillbilly Reacts.
Oh, so
Was
hold on, you got your own channel.
yeah.
Okay. Oh,
My
and
bad.
love you, Chris.
But
Don't be mad at me.
Hold on. Because
I'm looking.
we
I'm
got some
looking.
people. We got some people in the comments. They're not really feeling. They're not really feeling what just happened. So
Of course they're not. And here's the thing: they're not supposed to. They're
they
not
saying
supposed
you
to.
cut him off because you didn't like what he was saying.
That's not true. I already had his wife up here. His wife was up here, and and Susie said that Chris would like to speak with David if that's possible. And I usually I took up a lot of time speaking to everyone that showed up. And Chris showed up, and they're both from the same household, so I let them cut their time. That's all it is. I have other people that was waiting to speak, and I tried to get to them. And HBR at the crossroads was waiting for a while. And as far as the victimhood thing, I do think that conservatives are playing victim for
Oh, they
Trump
playing too.
sometimes.
Oh my God, yeah.
So I'm sorry, I have to say it, and I love Trump. I mean, Trump. I didn't before. I think he's
Man,
dope now.
we had Dave Vaughn in there too, but I forgot you've been on here for about 3 hours, so we might have to I had invited Dave on so we get it popping. But HBR was popping, my guy.
oh, not much. How you guys doing?
I'm good,
There's
man.
a
I'm good. I was just talking to some young guy, and hopefully you heard that conversation.
that
Um,
was interesting. You know, my problem with this argument, there's biologically XY XX. That's it. There is nothing else.
is that basic?
I mean,
Is that cut and dry?
yeah, your DNA, your bone structure, everything determines what you are. Muscle structure, everything. You can't change any of that. You can try, but it just that's how it is.
What about social
You can
construct?
identify as something else. You know,
I mean, would you address? Would you address? Do you think that a woman, a new woman, a new woman, should be using the bathroom with your wife
no, no,
or your
because
daughters?
There's already been too many cases of people doing that and then attacking actual, you know, females. And I don't. I think separate bathrooms are in order. You know, it's it's a whole weird thing. I've never, ever thought this country be where it's at right now.
Where are you
It's a
from,
weird
HBR?
place.
Where you live at?
Washington State,
Nice. What part
Oh,
of
the rainy state.
what city in Washington?
down Olympia,
Nice. I've never been
so
to Washington.
capital.
I've heard some good things about Washington. Now, have you ever seen a trans before in person out there?
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Seattle, yeah. It it's definitely a different place.
So, have you ever had like an experience? Well, not like that, but like, have you ever had like an experience with a trans at all? Like, hey, like walking by and or a Starbucks worker, or because most of them happen to be Starbucks workers. Sometimes they might be in Starbucks. Sometimes they might.
At Starbucks on an iPhone driving a Prius. That's about it right
There you
there.
go. There you go. So have you ever? But my question is like, because most of the time people talk about these issues, right? And they don't even run into these people either on the daily. I do. I may talk about it since I'm gonna live in New York City. So in New York City, yeah, you know how it gets down. In Washington D.C.,
Yeah,
most of these liberal run cities tend to
yeah,
this is where those
yeah.
people feel more accepted, which is makes sense, which makes a lot of sense. So the reason why
Well,
I say that is because a lot of people they haven't had certain like experiences where they talk to them. They're most of the experiences that I have with trans, like I have two people in my family that are trans. So my experiences with them are cool. Like I don't care. Obviously, I don't agree with their lifestyle in the sense of like I wouldn't do it, right? And I wouldn't want to like
yeah.
have them like reading a book to a kid or something like that because I just think that that's like But that's just my opinion. So the reason why I asked is like, yo, what experiences have you had with them, and what do you think about their portrayal in society as far as them personally?
Them personally, I mean, whatever the person wants to do, that's on them.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to do in your bedroom, that's your bedroom. do whatever. That's my whole theory thing on it is don't shove it down my throat. I ain't gonna shove how I believe on down on you. Don't do it to me. Your bedroom's your bedroom. As long as you're a good person, I don't care what you do.
So you
Treat me and others with respect, and that's what you're gonna get back from me.
so you don't
You know,
mind story time at schools?
it's
You
the
don't
story
mind?
time that depending on the book. If it's a normal child book, why not? As long as they're not preaching about it and trying to push it on the kids, it's just another person reading a book.
Right, right.
But now you get into what they have been doing and the pushing of things onto the kids. That I don't agree with.
Do you think that that's just something in our bubble, something in our echo chamber that we're being fed that's done? And that's probably just what, like 2% of what's going on out there in the world? Like 98% is just regular, ordinary people just trying to get by and love life, live life, and not doing anything but the 2%. Oh, it happened again. We're going to make sure we tell all these conservatives that is way bigger than it actually is.
I think that's a lot of it. I think a lot of it is through the media that we get served up. And it doesn't matter where you get your media, a lot of it's still going to contain the same materials, and the little news stations on YouTube are going to pick it up from the big news stations, and yeah, they might be a little more unbiased and not controlled by the upper echelons of society, but it's still going to trickle down into an echo chamber effect. And I think a lot of it is blown out of proportion on the way it's shown to us, I guess.
All right, enough of that. Because that conversation, I'm actually proud of my guy LFR. He got the balls to have these types of conversations on his channel, knowing that, hey man,
They don't want to hear
yeah,
that.
they definitely don't
Yeah.
want to do that, and they could, come after people for having whatever opinion they have. So I want to move on real quick. HBR. I don't know what side you lead. Do you lead right most of the time when you vote?
You know, technically, I guess I would have been on the other side there for a long time.
Hmm.
And what's weird though is the dividing line has shifted so far from the left that it's pushed a lot of people that were centered into what they call alt right, I guess. So
Okay.
I would say I'm more centered, right leaning, but
Yeah.
depending
So
on who you ask.
who are you looking like as of right now? Obviously, we're in going into mid August, or we're at August 2023. So obviously in November 2024 we have one of the biggest election probably of all time. Who are you leaning toward right now as we speak?
Joe Biden.
Definitely not. The man can't win a fight with a teleprompter. I'm not voting for him. Um, I like Vivek. I like what he's talking a good game. I don't know.
You
I
don't
just don't
trust
know
him
with
yet.
him.
What is
You
that?
don't
See,
trust him
that's
yet.
Yeah,
my problem. That's my problem I have with people. And I probably should have came on this live a little earlier.
You should have.
I'm ready to give everybody smoke on this Vivek situation. Let's get a lot of people. Like I posted a video earlier today. HBR, you're. I'm not trying to give you heat, but it just something that I saw earlier. Like I posted a video about Vivek on CNN. He already reacted to the same video, and he knows exactly what video I'm talking about in the conversation how it went. So instead of people watching the video, the first, I would say, the first minute, there's like an echo. No, I'm not. That might be from. You can
No,
hear.
no,
You can hear
no.
that?
I'm not watching. I'm listening to you, bro.
Oh, no. I hear an echo. It might be from.
Um,
yeah.
I don't hear it
You
as.
don't hear it? Yeah. Oh, now we're good. Anyways,
Okay.
so within the first 2 minutes of the video, Vivek is controlled opposition. Vivek is this. Vivek is that. He's the WEF. They expose him on this. They come in. I'm like, bro, are we serious right now? Are you? He speaks too well. He's too good to be true. What do you mean? What does that mean? He's too good to be true. What does that mean? He
He's
speaks
a
well.
plant.
I don't know.
He articulates himself well. He knows how to speak. He's a smart person. He's literally the biggest
Yeah.
difference. The problem is that people they got so, and I understand because I like Trump. I actually love Trump, and I'm voting for Trump. But I'm also seeing how people are literally comparing Vivek to what Obama was, just because they're
Oh no.
articulate talkers and they can get to a point and they're smart, Harvard, Yale educated. You're saying that that's too
I
good to be true because you haven't seen somebody in politics be that smart, well spoken, other than Obama, and you have a problem with him because the way he presents himself, he's easy to understand. He gets to the point. He answers every question. Like, is that what we're doing now? Is that the
that's
bar
what
is
I
so low? The bar is set so low now, and I'm not talking about just because Trump is not a politician, and Trump is not as bright and smart as Vivek when it comes to books and when it comes to speaking.
yeah.
He's smarter than Vivek in a lot of different ways. But the problem is that we're so used to chaos that when somebody comes in and they're not bringing the chaos, they're just bringing facts, research, talking, like they're bringing in the smarts. We have a problem with that. We think he's controlled our position. We're ready to
See,
Yes.
throw this man
yeah,
out.
pretty much that's the way it seems anymore.
Yes.
And
It's
a lot of people in the comments, and I'm gonna stop talking after this. A lot of people in the comments are basically like, "Oh, it was just this medicine. It's the WEF. It's this. It's that." No, it's what you're hearing that other people are saying that they're bringing into him. How about this? I ask everybody this: if a lot of people would just ask Vivek, "Hey, this person made a hit piece," see, because I don't think y'all doing y'all research like that. A lot of people probably ain't doing that research. DC
they're
Drano,
not.
Rogan, his name is
Yeah.
Rogan. He literally debated um on the Candace Owens show. He debated Vivek Ramaswamy. Now I hope that Van, that's an alley oop video for you. I can't wait for you to check that out. That video specifically is a Trump supporter coming at Vivek with every question possible, and Vivek is knocking him down. He's not playing
That's
around.
what I
A lot of people not doing
that's
their.
what I've liked about him is he doesn't back away from any question asked. He goes at it.
He's intelligent as
Yeah.
hell.
Yeah,
That's
go
what I
watch
really
that,
like about him.
guys. Go watch that debate, man. Go watch that debate. Like I said, if I would have came in earlier, we would have probably did a whole reaction to that. But that debate is DC Drano, Rogan, asking Vivek every question that every Trump supporter has, and the way he answers the questions, I'm like, bro, this guy is good.
He
Well,
is.
so
He's very intelligent. I noticed the one thing that people keep complaining about with him is the fact that he's not Christian, and it's like, what's that matter? That has nothing to
Told
do with
you, man. What I
qualifications of
tell you, man.
presidency. What
because
I
you
tell
got
you,
to
You
swear
know,
on the Bible, nah.
I
you
told you that
know.
Uh,
was gonna be an issue, though. I told you.
you
But
did
look,
say it was going to be an
But
issue. You said that.
first of all, he's not white. He's not Christian. Let's be honest, America. That's what you're looking for. And I've noticed that
Hey,
a lot of Americans, they don't want to accept the fact that they're looking for a white Christian American.
no, they not. They looking for a good, wholesome American.
No, they
Somebody
see
that
this
love.
Hindu, Indian, first generation immigrant. I mean, from immigrant parents, first generation American, and they're looking at him like, nah, it ain't gonna be you. So we gonna look for other stuff to hit you with because we don't really like you like that.
You're
I'm sorry.
introducing
I'm
Yeah.
racism.
sorry. I'm not doubting conservatives like this, but I'm gonna be honest with y'all. When I look at my comments, I'm like, oh my God. And I'm sounding like a lib because y'all sound like the conservatives
You
that I
sound
grew
like
up
a
hearing
lib.
about. Cool. I'm very liberal on this, but I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, when I tell you, bro, I'm gonna screen record all my comments, and I'm gonna be like, "Oh my God, these people are looking for a certain type of person."
That's the thing though, is this country wasn't based on being white and Christian. This country was based on being an American and being pra- free to practice whatever religion you believe in.
Amen, brother.
You know, so why does our president have to be a white Christian? You know, that's mind-boggling to me.
I'm not, yo. I see. Look, that's the issue with this. And this is another issue I have with people in the comments. Like I said, I'm with the smoke today. A lot of y'all is saying that I'm racist. A lot of y'all are saying that I'm race baiting, but not understanding that the reason I'm bringing this up is because y'all are race baiting. Y'all are race baiting the fact that this man is not a white American, that he's not a Christian. That's what y'all are saying in my comments. So I'm addressing my comments. You think I care? I would vote for Vivek. Do you think I care? I don't care. But you guys, and I'm not saying that you specifically. So if you're taking this out of context and it has nothing to do with you, and if you feel offended, that's on you. But what I'm saying is that a lot of conservatives are in my comments basically saying this stuff, right? And I'm like, whoa, well, I thought y'all wasn't the race baiters. I thought the left was race baiters. But no, your conservatives, a lot of conservatives, not all conservatives, because most conservatives don't really care about this. But I'm sorry, this is just I'm not projecting anything. I'm looking at the results from my videos, and I got statistics that will show you and comments that will show you that what I'm saying is accurate. I'm just
So
saying.
do you think he won't be voted in because of his nationality and because of
I don't,
his
I don't think that. I don't think that.
religion?
I think that Trump is just the better. I think Trump is just way better because Trump has been in office already, in my opinion.
He's
And
proven.
yeah,
I
Trump,
think it's
Trump is
gonna.
older. Trump is older as well. I have an age limit thing. You have to be about 60 plus to be president, in my opinion. But I do love Vivek. I just have a problem with the way that he is with these attacks, recent attacks. There's a lot of them. There's like this guy Matt Wallace on Twitter. I'm exposing Vivek for being this. I'm like, bro, what happened? This is what the left says, bro. This is
All right,
not
hold on, hold
representative.
on, hold
People
on
are
one second,
lying.
Lou. Hold on one second, Lou.
Bring
We
their
got
wallet.
HBR here. I want to hear what HBR have to say before he rolls out.
Yeah, my bad, HBR, my bad, man.
It's all good, man.
Myself, man.
No, you made some really good points about that. You know, I've been through a lot of comment sections. I've seen some wild comments from people too. It's like, why, why, why can't we just agree to disagree and just love each other no matter what? I mean, the skin shit just doesn't matter. We are born here in America. You're a freaking American. That's it. End of the line. We are Americans.
That's it.
The rest of it don't matter. It's time that we, come together and save our country.
I agree 100%.
Okay,
It
HBR.
shouldn't matter.
I'm gonna read you a comment, HBR. This is what I mean. LT Warhorse says Vivek Ramaswamy was put through college by Paul Soros, brother of George. I think there's
Yeah, I
no way
said
about
George. It was Paul. Yeah.
And Vivek Ramaswamy owes the Soros something. Enough of these sneaky Trojan horses. Q plus. Vivek is on video stating that fact. Now I'm gonna need some proof of that.
There is no proof, man, but people are going to jump into their
Yeah.
conspiracy.
I'm gonna look that
They're
up
going to jump into
myself.
their conspiracy bag. That's what they're going to do.
Ramaswamy.
They're going to jump into their
I gotta
conspiracy
give him.
bag when it benefits them.
I gotta give him an A plus on the name change. You know, that was pretty good. Yeah, but
Ramaswamy. That's not even. I mean, but we got the sanctimonious,
I'm
so
not
we
gonna
should
lie.
have Ramaswamy.
That is creative. So in closing, HBR, you're going with Trump.
yeah, and the funny thing is, I was never a Trump supporter. I just didn't like him as a person. It wasn't, anything to do with his politics or anything. I just don't like him as a person.
Oh shit.
But I will be voting for him because he has been the best president this country has seen. He's done the most for all of us, I think. My wallet was fatter when he was president. I'm sure a
You
lot of
must be
people's wallets
rich.
were a lot bigger.
You must be
I
rich
wish.
because one of our guys, one of the guys that was here said the only people that benefited from Trump was rich people.
Really?
That's what he said. So you must be rich.
Wow.
Let me hold
No.
$13 into my next blessing.
Yeah, I got. Let's see. What's the wallet holding right now? Oh, I got $1.
Yo, man, I'm telling
I'm
you,
a big
bro,
roller.
you can't even buy a bag of Doritos no more with $1. It's dangerous out here,
No.
man. It's
I tried to
dangerous.
buy some M&Ms, Lou, and it was $2.30,
Bruh,
$2.30 for some damn M&Ms. I'm like, what?
we are in
Nah.
some dangerous times, bro. We can't get nothing for our dollar. All right, last question for me, bro. Because we saw Pence do what he did and doing what he's doing right now to Trump, um, and the betrayal of what not being loyal to your ex-president when you were vice president, who do you think, since you are voting for Trump, who do you think that Trump should? I know it's still early, but who would you like to see as VP?
You know, that's a good question. You know, and Pence is a whole piece of crap for doing what he's done. I mean, that's just you know, come on, no snitching, no snitching. You
Yeah,
know,
he's wild for that. Yeah.
but he snitched.
but
He
I
got
would have to say
national immunity.
DeSantis or even Vivek. You know, as vice. I'd be interested in seeing either one of those.
Well, already said he's no one's number two, so he planned on
Yeah,
crushing
but there's
Trump.
context there. I also see that in the comments as well. There's
Okay.
context for that. The context was that as of
Well,
right now, he said, as of right now, I don't want to be anybody's number two while I'm running. Right? We got to take that into
in
context.
our in our
And
video
that's
that
the
we actually
blatant answer.
reviewed, Lou, he did not say right now. He did. He said just as Donald Trump is, he will never be anybody's number two. He said never. He said He said Donald Trump will never be anybody's number two. Neither will I.
Cool. I think that that's a better answer than saying, yeah, I would be down to be Trump's VP because I want to see the competitive nature of a guy that's third place instead of the competitive nature from a guy that's quitting and already trying to
True.
get number two cabinet,
True.
right? So,
Yeah,
True.
in
True.
like right now, he's not going to have a shot at winning this. I'm sorry, or unless something crazy happens, which Trump is not going anywhere, bro. This guy's been indicted 3 times. He's about to be indicted a fourth. All he does is win more money, right? Get more funding from his own fans, from his own fan supporters and people that are going to vote for him. And the polls keep going up. But what I would love to see is the competitive nature of a guy that doesn't want to lose to Trump, but knows that eventually he might lose to Trump and has to make a decision. And it's up to Trump if he want to choose him. But I think that he'll make a good number two.
that's definitely one thing I like about him is he is very steadfast in his. He's gonna win. He's gonna win by a landslide, and you know he's very confident in what he believes and everything, and it does show through. The that part about him I do really like.
All right. Well, HBR reaction, HBR at the crossroads, guys, on YouTube. Please make sure y'all go follow him, subscribe. I just now subscribed from the channel that I usually use to go online, and it's a premium channel. So that's the reason why I go from there. But I'm gonna make sure I also subscribe from the LFR family channel as well, man. I really appreciate you
I
taking time
appreciate
to
it.
bless us with your time, brother.
Oh, not a problem, man. Thank you for having me up here. Appreciate it.
Likewise.
It was a nice chat with you guys. Lou,
Likewise, man.
My man, God
Van,
bless,
have a
bro.
wonderful
Do your
day.
thing.
You
I
too.
appreciate you, man.
Take care.
Enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
All right, brother.
You too.
Hey Lou, I thought I saw Devon show up over
Yeah,
here.
he's there. He's there. But like I said, I know you're on hour number 3. But
Yeah.
this is just getting good, man. Golly, I wish I was here earlier, bro.
Listen, I'm on. Actually, I just now hit hour number 4. That's what I
Well,
just now hit. So
well,
I'm out.
I've hit 6 hours before. I'm not saying you can't do it. Not saying you can't
Nah,
do
I probably can do it, but that's not my goal. So I got I got some food to eat, and I got a wife who I want to go kiss in the mouth. So thank y'all so much for joining the live stream. I apologize to Chris. Chris, I'm going to hit you up on Discord, but it wasn't because he was talking for Trump or anything like that. We all know Trump is a huge victim right now. Oh, that's gonna make y'all mad right there. That's gonna trigger some of
What
y'all
is he a
from saying
victim
that.
of? Is he a victim of white supremacy?
No, he's they doing him dirty, bro. They doing him dirty for real. They definitely doing him dirty.
He's definitely a victim. But like I said, if we're gonna go down that road, then a lot of liberals are gonna be like, yeah, we were right about white supremacy, wasn't we?
Yeah.
So it's a fine line between that because black people and other leftists have been saying that they've been using that line, right? Where, yo, they're coming after us politically. I mean, not politically, but throughout the justice system, they're weaponizing it against certain people. So it is actually possible that you can weaponize a system against certain people. Not saying that is used against black people, but I'm saying that there's a fine line that you have to be careful. If you could, these leftists do have great debates, and somebody called me a lib already, so I'm ready for that debate as well. But my brother, I want to say thank
You
you for
was
having me.
giving liberal vibes though, bro. You was giving liberal vibes, man.
I guess, bro. I guess if having that thought is liberal, then I guess I'm liberal on that behalf. I don't mind being liberal on certain things. And I guess when it comes to Vivek, I just think a lot of people are being exposed and exposing themselves, in my opinion.
And I'm glad that you exposing them. I'm glad that you are taking the time to look at your comment section and you're saying, "Yo, that's not right, man. That's
Oh,
not right."
I'm
I
looking, and
like that.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was like,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
look, we'll do it again, bro. Let me know next time you on, man. I'll come on a little earlier, and we'll have Dave on in here. And
Hey, I need for Davon to come back on our next live, but come back early, man, because he's
he's
definitely a good
active.
one. He's definitely a good one for the represent the lib side. Yeah, he didn't pissed off a lot of conservatives I know.
Oh no, he's on Twitter
He's
trying to get people's attention, but he does a very bad job
no,
at that.
he's
Nobody cares about his opinions. We're only giving him the time of day because we like him, but he's just
yeah.
another loser liberal. All right, brother, you already know.
Hey man, you take it easy. You such a damn troll, bro. You enjoy the rest of your day, man.
All right, fam, you already.
All right.
All right.
Yes, sir. Let's see here. How do I do this?